Welcome, welcome. You're here at Fiction Blue. Today we present to you, What If Harry Discovered a Secret Potter Manor deed in the attic and claimed it before Dumbledore knew? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Attic. The note on the kitchen table said clear the attic or no supper, which was Petunia Dursley's way of saying good morning. Harry read it twice, pocketed it out of habit. He'd learned to keep evidence of her instructions in case Vernon later claimed he'd never done the work, and helped himself to the last of the cornflakes before Dudley woke up and ate everything that wasn't bolted to the counter. It was the 14th of July, 3 weeks into summer, and the days had developed a particular texture, long, hot, and aggressively pointless. He'd been back at Privet Drive since the end of term and had spent most of it in his room, writing letters he couldn't send to people he couldn't see, and reading his Hogwarts textbooks front to back just to have something to do with his hands. Hedwig came and went with responses from Ron and Hermione, Ron's letters cheerful and full of Quidditch speculation, Hermione's carefully worded in ways that told Harry she'd been coached to say nothing useful, and Sirius wrote when he could, short notes that smelled faintly of damp stone and fireplace ash, full of the particular energy of a man trying very hard not to go mad in an enclosed space. The attic stairs were behind a ceiling panel in the upstairs hallway, the kind that folded down on a spring mechanism and always swung faster than you expected. Harry pulled the cord, stepped back as the stairs came down, and climbed up into the heat. The attic of number 4, Privet Drive, was the architectural equivalent of a confession. Everything the Dursleys had ever been embarrassed to throw away but couldn't bear to look at lived up here: Dudley's broken toys in various stages of destruction, 3 sets of golf clubs Vernon had bought with successive fitness resolutions and abandoned in successive Januaries, cardboard boxes labeled in Petunia's tight handwriting, Christmas decorations, good, Christmas decorations, spare, Christmas decorations, ugly, keep for neighbors, and, pushed into the far corner beneath a slanted section of roof where even Harry had to duck, a collection of boxes that weren't labeled at all. He started with those, because they seemed the most likely candidates for things Petunia wants gone, and because the unlabeled boxes always turned out to be the interesting ones. The first 3 contained nothing remarkable: old curtains in a pattern that had probably been fashionable in 1987, a broken radio, a cardboard box of paperback novels with cracked spines that Petunia would never admit to having read. The 4th box was heavier than it looked, and when Harry shifted it aside he found, not more boxes, but a section of floorboard that didn't sit quite flush with the rest. He nearly moved on. There was no particular reason to think it was anything other than a slightly warped board in an old house. But something made him look at it twice, the same instinct that sometimes made the hairs on the back of his neck rise in a corridor at Hogwarts, and he crouched down and ran his fingers along the edge of the board. It moved. Not dramatically, not with any kind of theatrical creak, but it shifted under his hand with the specific give of something that had been placed rather than nailed, and when he got his fingers under the edge and lifted, it came free easily. Underneath was a space roughly the size of a shoebox, packed tight with dust and shadows. And in that space, sitting perfectly still like it had been waiting, was a leather satchel. Harry reached in and pulled it out. The leather was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that meant it should have rotted away decades ago, but it hadn't. It was dry and intact and the color of dark amber, with a strap and a brass clasp and a smell that hit Harry somewhere at the base of his skull, like a library, like the Hogwarts dungeons after a potion burned off, like something alive that had been asleep for a very long time. He set it on his knee and looked at the clasp. There was no lock, no charm he could see, no visible enchantment. Just the brass clasp. He pressed it, and it opened. The first thing he saw was the ring. It sat on top of everything else like it had been placed there deliberately, and it probably had. A man's ring, heavy and old, silver band with a flat-faced stone the color of dark amber, the same color as the leather. He didn't think that was a coincidence. Cut into the stone was a crest, a stag rampant over a stylized letter P, and below the stag, 3 stars in a diagonal line that he recognized from somewhere he couldn't immediately place. He didn't pick it up yet. He set it carefully on the floor beside him and looked at the rest. Under the ring was a folded document, heavy parchment, rolled and bound with a black ribbon. He untied the ribbon and unrolled it carefully, and it was a deed. Property deed, in the formal language of wizarding legal documents, dense with whereas and herebys and the looping, elaborate calligraphy that ministry clerks apparently learned in some special school specifically dedicated to making things difficult to read. But the core of it was clear enough: Potter Manor, Godric's Hollow, registered to the House of Potter, passed from Harold James Potter to James Harold Potter in the year 1977, and from James Harold Potter to his heir, Harry James Potter, upon the death of the prior holder. Harry read it twice. Then he sat very still for a moment with the deed on his knee. He had a house. He'd always known, in the vague way that you know things you've never been told directly, that his parents had lived somewhere, had owned things, had existed as real people in real spaces before Voldemort found them. But the knowing had always been abstract, a fact without texture. Potter Manor was suddenly not abstract at all. It was parchment in his hands and a legal transfer of ownership and his father's name in careful ink. He kept reading. Under the deed was a key, ornate, iron, roughly the length of his thumb, with the same 3-star motif engraved on its handle. Beside the key, a smaller envelope, sealed with dark wax. He turned it over. Written on the front, in handwriting he'd never seen before but recognized instantly from the only other sample he'd ever encountered, a birthday card kept in a box under his bed, were 2 words. For Harry. His father's handwriting. He held the envelope for a long moment without opening it. The attic was very quiet. Somewhere below him Dudley had woken up and was thundering down the stairs to the kitchen, and Vernon's car was pulling out of the driveway, and Privet Drive was doing its ordinary summer morning things, and none of it touched him. He opened the envelope. There were 2 letters inside. The first was in the same hand as the envelope, James Potter's, and Harry knew it with a certainty that had nothing to do with evidence. Harry, if you're reading this, then things went wrong in ways I couldn't prevent, and you're old enough now to know what I should have told you in person. I'm sorry I didn't get the chance. I'm sorry for a lot of things, but that one most specifically. The deed in this satchel is real and legal and fully binding under wizarding law. Potter Manor belongs to you. It has belonged to you since the night I died, though the relevant parties have chosen not to make you aware of this. I say, chosen, deliberately. Gringotts would have notified the heir upon claiming age, but claiming age is 13, and I suspect this letter has been retrieved before then. If not, if Gringotts already contacted you and told you about the estate, you can skip the next paragraph. If they haven't, then someone made sure they couldn't. The key in the satchel opens a secondary vault beneath the main Potter vault, Vault 687, which you presumably know about. The secondary vault, number 688, was sealed from Gringotts records by a third-party request in 1981. I set up this satchel specifically to bypass that. Whatever is in Vault 688 is yours. The goblins will honor the key regardless of what they've been told. They respect the old laws. The ring is the Potter house ring. Wear it. It means something, to the goblins, to certain old families, to anyone who knows what to look for. It will not harm you. It's been keyed to my bloodline for 6 generations. It will fit. I have to be honest with you about something. I trust Albus Dumbledore. I trust his intentions. What I am less certain of is whether his intentions and your best interests will always be the same thing. He is a man who thinks in decades, and sometimes the people in his plans suffer for it, and he is sorry, but they still suffer. I don't want that for you. I want you to have the tools to make your own choices, not to fight the people who love you, but so that love isn't the only thing standing between you and a world that will try to define you before you've had the chance to define yourself. Be careful. Be smart. Be kind when you can afford it and sharp when you can't. You are a Potter. That means something. Your father, James Harry, read it 3 times. He was aware, distantly, that his hands were not entirely steady, but he didn't do anything about that. He just sat in the hot attic with his father's letter in his hands and let it be what it was. The second letter was in different handwriting, older, more deliberate, with the particular precision of someone who had learned to write when penmanship was treated as a moral issue. "Harry, my name is Harold James Potter. I am your grandfather, and I was not able to meet you in the way I would have wanted, so I am settling for this. I wrote this letter in 1977, when I passed the manor to your father. I told him to keep it in the satchel, to pass it down if the time came, and here we apparently are. The Potter family has maintained a particular philosophy for 7 generations: we do not give our loyalty to institutions. We give it to people. The distinction matters more than it sounds. Institutions protect themselves. People protect each other. We have worked alongside the ministry, alongside Hogwarts, alongside whatever alliance Albus Dumbledore has assembled in our time, and we will continue to do so when it serves good ends. But we do not confuse cooperation with submission. The manor has defenses that predate the Ministry of Magic by a century. They respond to the head of the house. They will respond to you. When you go there, and you should go there, when you're ready, walk through the front door. Don't knock. The house knows who you are. Take care of your father. He means well, but he's impulsive. Take care of yourself first. Harold J. Potter P.S. The portrait gallery is on the 2nd floor, East Wing. Come and say hello when you get a chance. I've been waiting." Harry laughed. It came out slightly rough around the edges, but it was a real laugh, surprised out of him by a dead man's postscript, and he sat in the attic of the most aggressively unmagical house in England and laughed for a good 10 seconds. Then he picked up the ring. It was heavier than it looked, the way old things often are, as though age adds physical weight. He turned it over in his fingers, looking at the crest, the stag, the P, the 3 stars, and then he put it on the ring finger of his right hand. It fit perfectly. Not in the way of jewelry that happens to be the right size, but in the way of something that recognizes you, contracting slightly around his finger with a warmth that started at the metal and moved up through his hand and into his arm, a sensation that wasn't quite magic and wasn't quite warmth but was something between the two, something that felt like being acknowledged. Something woke up. He felt it as clearly as he'd ever felt anything, not a dramatic rush, not a thunderclap, but a deep, quiet shift, like tumblers turning in a very old lock. Like a house taking a breath. He sat there for another minute, just getting used to the weight of it on his hand. Then he put the letters back in the satchel, tucked the deed and the key carefully inside, buckled the brass clasp, and went downstairs to tell Petunia he'd finished with the attic. She was in the kitchen with a cup of tea and a look of suspended suspicion, the expression she always wore when she hadn't yet found anything to complain about. "Done," Harry said. "You couldn't possibly have. I sorted everything into 3 piles. Things to keep, things to bin, things to donate. I left them labeled. You can check." She looked at him with the particular wariness she'd been directing at him more frequently in recent weeks, as though something about him had shifted in ways she couldn't identify and didn't like. He supposed she wasn't wrong. "What's that?" she said, her eyes dropping to the satchel in his hand. "Mine," Harry said, which was accurate, and went upstairs. He spent the rest of the morning reading the letters again, more slowly, and making notes in the margins of a spare piece of parchment. Not because he needed to, he had the words memorized after the 3rd read, but because writing things down helped him think, and there was quite a lot to think about. The key facts, as he understood them: he owned Potter Manor. He had a secondary vault that had apparently been sealed, and he understood perfectly well what sealed from Gringotts records by a third-party request meant. It meant someone had gone to the goblins and asked them to suppress the information. That kind of thing required authority. The sort of authority that came with being the most powerful wizard in Britain, the supreme mugwump, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He didn't feel angry about it yet. He filed that feeling away for later, noted it carefully, and kept thinking. The ring was real. The deed was real. The key was real. He could walk into Gringotts with all 3 and the goblins, if his father's letter was right, and he had no reason to think it wasn't, would honor it regardless of whatever instructions they'd been given, because the old laws superseded everything else, and the old laws said the heir claims the estate upon presentation of the ring and the key. He needed to get to Gringotts. He was, technically, not supposed to leave Privet Drive. Dumbledore had sent a note, through Tonks, at the start of summer, explaining in careful language that the house's blood protections required him to be physically present and that leaving would compromise them. It was the kind of explanation that sounded reasonable and was probably partially true, and that simultaneously arranged things very conveniently for the person doing the explaining. Harry looked at the ring on his hand. He looked at the deed. He thought about his father's letter. I trust his intentions. What I am less certain of is whether his intentions and your best interests will always be the same thing. He was going to Gringotts. The question was when and how. The when was soon, not today, because acting immediately on impulse was exactly what people expected of him, and one of the things he'd been teaching himself over the past few weeks of enforced quiet was that not doing the obvious thing was sometimes more powerful than doing anything at all. He'd go in 2 days. He'd plan it properly. He'd leave early in the morning, take the bus to London, be back before anyone noticed he was gone. The how was trickier. He was a 14-year-old boy, he was actually 15 now, birthday 2 weeks past, unremarked by anyone at Privet Drive, though Hermione had sent a card and Ron had sent a Chudley Cannon's calendar and Sirius had sent a letter that was mostly just enthusiasm and some moving photographs that Harry kept in the satchel with the deed. He had no apparition license, no flu access, no owl call network to summon a ministry car. What he had was a bus pass he'd nicked from Dudley's sock drawer 6 months ago, enough Muggle money from the emergency fund he'd kept hidden in his mattress since second year, 40 quid, accumulated carefully over 3 summers, and, as of this morning, the legal authority of the head of an ancient wizarding house sitting on his right hand. It would do. He wrote a letter to Sirius that evening. He kept it short and careful, written in a code they developed during the year, anodyne on the surface, specific underneath. Dear Snuffles, found something in the attic today while cleaning. Old stuff that belonged to my dad, think Aunt Petunia had it stored up there and forgot about it. Found some interesting paperwork. I think I need to go to the bank soon and sort out some account details. I know I'm supposed to stay put, but I think this is actually quite important. I'll write again after. Hope you're well. The weather here has been mental. Harry. He sealed it, gave it to Hedwig with a piece of bacon he'd saved from breakfast, and watched her vanish out the window into the evening. Then he lay back on his bed and looked at the ceiling and felt, for the first time since the end of term, like he had something to actually do. 2 days later he was up at 5 in the morning. He'd packed the satchel the night before, deed, key, letters, ring already on his hand, and added his wand and his wallet and a jacket, because July in London was optimistic about the weather. He left a note on the kitchen table that said gone out, back tonight, which would annoy Petunia enormously but couldn't be helped, and he walked out of number 4 Privet Drive at 5:15 in the morning while the street was still asleep. The bus to London took an hour and 40 minutes and cost him £6.50, which left him with just over 30 quid, enough for emergencies and the return trip. He sat in the back of the bus as it rolled through the suburbs, satchel on his lap, and watched England wake up in segments through the window. Milk floats. Dogs. A woman in scrubs waiting at a bus stop with a coffee. The ordinary machinery of a world that had no idea there was a war coming. He got into London at 7:15, took the tube from Victoria to Charing Cross, he knew the route by now, had used it twice before, and walked to the leaky cauldron with his hands in his pockets and the ring heavy and warm on his right hand. Tom the barman was just opening up when Harry walked in. The old man gave him a double take, then a slow nod. Mr. Potter, he said, and his eyes dropped very briefly to Harry's right hand. Morning, Harry said. He didn't know if Tom had seen the ring and recognized it, or if he was just being polite. But there was something different in the barman's tone from any other time Harry had come through, a note of formality, the slight squaring of shoulders that people do when they're talking to someone whose status they've just recalibrated. The ring, then. Already doing something. He tapped his wand on the wall at the back of the pub, third brick up from the trash can, second across, and stepped through into Diagon Alley. It was quiet at this hour, shops still shuttered, a handful of early morning wizards hurrying somewhere with their collars turned up. The alley had the particular quality of somewhere that was alive even in its sleep, the enchantments and the residual magic of hundreds of years of commerce giving it a kind of hum that you felt more than heard. Harry walked down the center of it toward the white marble edifice of Gringotts Bank and tried to look like he did this every week. The goblin at the main doors looked at him. Then at his hand. Then back at him, and something changed in its expression. Goblins were not easy to read, but this was clear enough, a shift from routine assessment to something more alert. "Mr. Potter," it said, and stepped aside. Inside, the main hall of Gringotts was mostly empty, the long counter staffed by a skeleton crew of goblins working the early shift. Harry walked to the nearest available window and stood in front of the goblin behind it, a sharp-featured individual who was in the middle of examining a ledger and looked up with the expression goblins reserved for unexpected interruptions, somewhere between irritation and calculation. Then the goblin saw the ring. The calculation won, handily. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, closing the ledger. "How may Gringotts serve you this morning?" "I need to speak with whoever handles the Potter accounts," Harry said. "Both of them?" "A beat." "Both." "Both," Harry confirmed. The goblin looked at him for a moment with eyes like old coins, then climbed down from its stool. "Please wait," it said, in a tone that was not entirely different from the one Tom had used, that same slight recalibration. "I will get Director Ragnok." Harry blinked. He'd expected to be passed up the chain, but apparently the ring skipped several steps of that chain entirely. "Right," he said. "Thank you." He waited by the window. A witch came in with a bag of coins. Two goblins crossed the hall carrying something large and covered with a cloth. Outside, through the enormous main doors, Diagon Alley was starting to wake up. Harry stood with his hands in his pockets and the satchel over one shoulder and let himself feel the reality of where he was and what he was doing. He was 15 years old, he'd ridden a bus to London alone before dawn, and he was about to meet the director of Gringotts Bank about an estate his father had been hiding for him. If Dumbledore had known this was coming, he'd have found a way to stop it. Which meant the most important thing was that Dumbledore didn't know yet. Harry had maybe a day, possibly two, before the Order's surveillance network flagged his absence from Privet Drive and someone came looking. He needed to do this now and do it completely, so that by the time anyone found out what he'd done, it would already be done, the inheritance claimed, the vault unsealed, the deed registered. Facts on the ground, his grandfather had written in a letter that predated the phrase, though the philosophy was exactly the same. Create facts on the ground. The goblin returned, and behind it, walking with the unhurried authority of someone who had been powerful for a very long time, came a goblin Harry had never seen before. Ragnok was old, ancient, even by goblin standards, with a face like carved stone and eyes that were simultaneously very cold and very, very sharp. He wore robes of dark green and a medallion of office that Harry recognized from magical creatures of the British Isles, the director's seal, awarded only to the head of all Gringotts operations. Ragnok stopped in front of Harry and looked at him. Then at the ring. Then back at Harry. "Lord Potter," he said, and every goblin within earshot went very still. "Welcome to Gringotts. I believe we have some long overdue business." Harry felt the title land like a key in a lock. "Yes," he said. "We do." The office Ragnok led him to was deeper in the building than Harry had ever been, down a stone corridor that sloped gently and opened into a room that smelled of old parchment and metal and something Harry couldn't identify but associated instinctively with age. The walls were lined with ledgers. There was a fireplace, not currently lit. There was a desk that looked older than the Ministry of Magic. Ragnok sat behind the desk and Harry sat across from it, and for a moment they just looked at each other, which Harry suspected was some kind of goblin ritual, an assessment of whether the other party was worth dealing with honestly. Whatever the goblin saw, apparently it passed. "The Potter estate," Ragnok said, has been in an unusual state of suspension for 14 years. Vault 687, the primary vault, has been nominally accessible to you since your first visit at age 11, as you know. Vault 688 has not been accessible, because it was registered as dormant pending an order we received in November of 1981. Who made the order? Harry asked. The request came through ministry channels, countersigned by the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Ragnok's tone was completely neutral, which was more damning than any inflection could have been. Harry nodded once. And the key? He set it on the desk between them, the iron key from the satchel, with the 3-star motif. Ragnok looked at it without touching it. That key supersedes the dormancy order. It was registered with the original vault charter, which predates any ministry authority over Gringotts. The presentation of that key, in conjunction with the house ring, constitutes a valid claim that we are legally required to honor regardless of any subsequent instructions to the contrary. I know, Harry said. My father told me. Something shifted in Ragnok's expression, not warmth, goblins didn't do warmth, but something adjacent to it. Respect, maybe. Or the particular satisfaction of a situation resolving the way it was always meant to. James Potter was a careful man, Ragnok said. More careful than most people realized. I'm starting to understand that. Ragnok reached into a drawer and produced a ledger, bound in leather as dark as the satchel, and laid it open on the desk. The Potter estate, in full, Vault 687, which contains the liquid assets you have been accessing since age 11. Vault 688, sealed, containing additional assets that we will enumerate once the claim is formally registered. Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow, title held by the deed you have brought, which is genuine and legally binding. Secondary properties, a townhouse in Edinburgh under the name Peveril, which is a secondary house name you may or may not be aware of. I'm not, Harry said. Tell me. Another property in Ireland, West Coast, registered simply as the House on the Cliff, in our records. A majority ownership stake in 3 wizarding businesses, held in trust since 1981. And various investments in both wizarding and muggle markets that have been compounding for 14 years in a vault that nobody has touched. Harry sat very still. How much is in Vault 688? Ragnok looked at him steadily. In the rough equivalent of galleons, accounting for 14 years of compound growth on the invested assets, approximately 14 million. The number landed like a stone in still water, and Harry let it settle. He'd known his family was wealthy, the Weasleys had always treated him with a kind of well-meant guilt about his vault, and his vault had always seemed adequate to him because he'd had nothing to compare it to. But 14 million galleons was not adequate to his needs wealthy. That was old house, generations deep, actually influential wealthy. That was the kind of money that didn't just sit there, it moved things. The businesses, Harry said. What are they? I can provide the full documentation once the claim is registered. One is a publishing house, wizarding texts, primarily academic. One is a potions ingredient wholesale company. One is a small security firm that primarily consults for the ministry on ward and shield enchantments. Ragnok paused very slightly. The last one has been quite profitable since 1981. The market for security magic has grown considerably. Harry suspected the goblin was making a dry joke. He appreciated it. Right, Harry said. Let's register the claim. The registration process took the better part of 2 hours and involved more paperwork than Harry had ever signed in his life, parchment after parchment, each requiring his signature in 3 places, twice with his wand tip and once in blood, which the goblins did with an efficient matter-of-factness that suggested this was entirely routine and he was being slightly dramatic by taking a moment to brace himself. The deed was formally recorded. The key was tested against the vault door in the records ledger and confirmed valid. A new entry was made in the Gringotts registry, Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, head of the House of Potter, formal registration date July 16, 1995. When it was done, Ragnok produced a small item from the same drawer the ledger had come from, a second ring, simpler than the house ring, a plain silver band with no stone. "The Lord's signet," Ragnok said. "For official correspondence and legal documents. It carries the formal seal of the house. Your father left it with us in 1981 with instructions that it be presented with the completed registration." He paused. He was very thorough. Harry took the ring and turned it over. On the inner face, very small, in his grandfather's precise handwriting, "Welcome home, Harry." He pressed his lips together hard for exactly 1 second, then put the ring in the satchel. "The vault," Harry said. "Can I see it today?" "It would be unusual to unseal a vault the same day as Ragnok," Harry said, and the goblin blinked at being addressed by name. "Someone tried to keep this from me for 14 years. I'd like to not give them another 24 hours to do something about it." The goblin looked at him for a long moment. Then, for the first and probably last time in his very long career, Director Ragnok of Gringotts Bank smiled. "The card is ready," he said. "Follow me." Vault 688 was not near Vault 687. Where Vault 687 was in the upper levels, the normal zone for family accounts and day-to-day money, Vault 688 was so deep in the earth that the cart ride to get there took 12 minutes on the downward track, and the air changed 3 times during the descent, warm, then cold, then a dry, still cold that felt ancient, like air that hadn't moved since the bank was built. The vault door was not like any other vault door Harry had seen. It was iron, but the iron had been worked in a way that made it look almost organic, the surface covered in an intricate pattern that he recognized as runes, not the basic runes from Hermione's textbooks, but complex, layered script that covered every inch of the door from floor to ceiling. In the center, a keyhole. Harry put the iron key in and turned it. The runes lit up. Not dramatically, not with any kind of explosion, just a soft, deep gold that moved through the carved script like water filling channels, illuminating the pattern in sequence from the keyhole outward until the entire door was glowing. Then the light faded and the door swung open. The vault was enormous. The liquid assets, the 14 million equivalent, were there, in stacked chests of galleons that made Vault 687 look like pocket money. But what Harry looked at first wasn't the money. It was the other things. Shelves along 3 walls, floor to ceiling, packed with books that hummed with active enchantments, with boxes labeled in his grandfather's handwriting, with items wrapped in preservation cloth, with scrolls and documents and, in a glass case at the back of the vault, a wand on a velvet stand. Harry walked to the glass case first. The wand was 11 inches, he estimated, with a handle wrapped in black leather. There was a note attached to the case, sealed. He opened it. "Harry, this was my wand. I was a good duelist in my time, better than people gave me credit for, and this wand was why. It chooses its own secondary owner the way Ollivander's wands do. If it doesn't work for you, don't force it, put it back and someone else will need it someday. But if it does, then welcome to the family tradition." Harry opened the case. He looked at the wand for a moment. Then he picked it up. The wand didn't do anything dramatic. It just fit, balanced in his hand in a way that was different from his holly and phoenix feather wand, more even somehow, better distributed, like wearing shoes that actually fit rather than ones you'd broken in over years. He gave it a small flick and the air shimmered. He put it back in the case, carefully, and closed it. He wasn't replacing his own wand, they had history, that wand and him, and he wasn't abandoning it. But he understood now, looking at his grandfather's wand in its case, that he had resources he hadn't known about. That was the whole point of this vault. He spent another hour going through the shelves, not reading anything in detail, just cataloging. Books on ancient magic, on house ward theory, on political history of the wizarding world that he suspected had been quietly kept out of Hogwarts library. Letters, hundreds of them, organized by year. A journal, his grandfather's, which he put directly into the satchel without opening, because that one he was going to read properly. The boxes on the lower shelves contained objects he didn't recognize but that hummed with dormant power. His father had said, "I want you to have the tools to make your own choices." James Potter had not been exaggerating. When Harry finally emerged from the vault, Ragnok was waiting with an expression that might, on a different face, have been curiosity. "Everything as expected?" the goblin asked. "Better," Harry said honestly. "There is one more thing." Ragnok produced an envelope from his robes. This was left with standing instructions, to be delivered to the registered heir of the House of Potter upon formal claiming of the estate. "It came from your father, left with us in October of 1981. A pause. 2 weeks before his death. Harry took the envelope. "Thank you," he said. "For all of this. For honoring the old laws even when someone tried to work around them." Ragnok inclined his head. "Gringotts does not serve any individual interest, Lord Potter. We serve the law and the account. We serve the law." He paused, and something very old moved in his eyes. "And sometimes, in doing so, we do right by people who deserve it." Harry pocketed the envelope, swung the satchel over his shoulder, and rode the cart back up to the main hall in 12 minutes of upward rush and cool dark air, with the ring warm on his right hand and the weight of a heritage he'd never been given the chance to know settling around his shoulders like it had always been waiting for him. Which, he supposed, it had. He came out of Gringotts into Diagon Alley at 11 in the morning. The alley was busy now, the shops open, witches and wizards doing their ordinary summer business. A few people glanced at him as he came down the steps, one which did a double take, and he realized belatedly that it was probably the ring, or the satchel, or the general air of someone who had just walked out of the bank having apparently sorted something significant. He bought himself a pumpkin pasty from the cart by Flourish and Blots, sat on a bench, and opened the last envelope. "Harry, if you're reading this in Ragnok's office, then everything worked the way it was supposed to and you're a Potter in full. Well done. There's something I should have put in the first letter but didn't, because I was trying to keep the satchel's contents brief. The less that was in there, the less risk if it was found before you were. So I'm telling you here, where I knew you'd be safe. The manor has a war room. My father built it, I expanded it, and I never used it because I trusted too many people and acted too late. The room contains everything I knew about Voldemort, not the Ministry's version, not Dumbledore's version, but mine. What I found out on my own. There are things in that room that nobody else knows. You'll understand them better than I did, because you survived what I didn't. The war room is behind the portrait of my father in the East Wing. Say your name to the portrait. He'll let you in. Don't tell anyone about the war room until you've read everything in it yourself. Not even people you trust completely. Not yet. Read it first, then decide. I love you. I should have had 20 years to say it. James Harry folded the letter very carefully and put it in the inside pocket of his jacket, directly over his heart, which seemed right. Then he stood up, ate the rest of his pasty, and started planning how to get to Godric's Hollow. He was back at Privet Drive by 7 in the evening. Petunia gave him a look that was equal parts suspicion and relief when he came through the door. The relief surprised him slightly, and then didn't, because she might resent him, but she was also aware that if something happened to him on her watch, the consequences from the magical world would be severe. He was, in her house, a kind of insurance she hated needing. "Where have you been?" she said. "London," Harry said. "Bank. I needed to sort some things out." He held up the satchel. "Family business." She looked at the satchel, then at his hand, and Harry watched the ring register in her expression. She went through about 4 emotions in 2 seconds. Recognition. She knew what old wizarding family rings looked like, he suspected, from her years of watching Lily's World, something complicated that was probably grief and old anger and jealousy all at once, and then the thing she always did, which was to flatten everything into a tight-lipped neutrality. "Supper is in the microwave," she said. "Dudley ate yours. I made extra." It was the closest thing to an apology she knew how to give, he thought. He took it. "Thanks," he said, and meant it, because today he could afford magnanimity. He went upstairs and wrote 2 letters. One to Ron, brief, cheerful, nothing specific, the kind of letter that said I'm fine and I'll tell you everything when I see you in the language of old friendship. One to Sirius, longer, careful, in their code, that said in the language of that code, I did the thing. The bank went well. The old laws held. I have everything Dad left. I need to talk to you. Soon. He sent them both with Hedwig, who gave him a long look that suggested she knew perfectly well he'd been up to something and approved. Then he sat on his bed with his satchel and his grandfather's journal and the weight of 14 years of suppressed inheritance, and he started reading. Outside, Privet Drive went to sleep in its quiet, ordinary way, entirely unaware that the boy in the back bedroom had spent the day becoming someone that the most powerful wizard in Britain hadn't wanted him to be yet. Harry Potter had stopped waiting for permission. Chapter 2, What the Goblins Know. The journal was 340 pages long and Harold James Potter had filled every one of them. Harry read until 2 in the morning before his eyes gave out, and even then he lay in the dark for another hour with the journal closed on his chest, processing. His grandfather had been, by any measure, extraordinary, a man who'd lived through the First Wizarding War, who'd watched the Ministry calcify into self-interest across 4 decades, who'd built alliances with old families that the current wizarding establishment had forgotten existed, and who'd done all of it with a dry, precise humor that came through on every page like a fingerprint. The journal wasn't personal in the way Harry had half expected. There were personal moments, the birth of James, described in 3 lines that somehow contained more emotion than 3 pages could have managed, a brief entry about his wife, Euphemia, after her death that was only 2 sentences long and absolutely devastating, but mostly it was strategic. Observations. Analysis. The careful accounting of a man who had watched power accumulate and distribute itself in the wizarding world for 50 years and taken meticulous notes. One passage in particular he'd read 4 times before putting the journal down. The fundamental error most people make in dealing with Albus Dumbledore is confusing his kindness for transparency. He is genuinely kind. He is also a man who believes, with complete conviction, that he sees more than others and that this sight carries with it a duty to manage outcomes. These 2 things coexist in him without apparent contradiction. It is the most dangerous combination of qualities I have ever encountered in a person I genuinely like. Harry had written yes in the margin, very quietly, like he was agreeing with someone in a conversation. He slept eventually, and woke at 7 to Hedwig returning with a response from Sirius that had been written fast. The handwriting was looser than usual, more urgent. Harry, confirmed everything with my own sources. Ragnok is trustworthy, old law supersedes everything. You did it right. We need to talk, properly, not letters. There's a way, your father's cloak gets you to the old Flowpoint at the Griffin's Tail pub in Hogsmeade, they don't monitor that one. But that's for later, when you're near Hogsmeade. For now, sit tight and don't do anything that forces their hand before you're ready. You have the ring. That changes everything. They can't touch the estate now. Love, SPS, tell me you looked at the books in the vault. Tell me he kept the dueling texts. James and I used to sneak into the vault when we were at Hogwarts and read them when we were supposed to be sleeping. Your grandfather caught us twice and pretended he hadn't. Harry smiled at the postscript, then read the letter again more carefully. They can't touch the estate now. Sirius knew more than he was putting in a letter, which was smart of him, but it also confirmed what Harry had already half understood, that what he'd done yesterday wasn't just about inheritance. It was about positioning. You couldn't be the head of an ancient and noble house and simultaneously be a ward of the state, a minor to be managed and kept in the dark. The claim changed the legal landscape in ways he was only beginning to understand. He needed to understand them fully before he went back to the wizarding world in September. He had 7 weeks. The days at Privet Drive developed a different rhythm after that. Harry still did his chores, made his bed, washed up after breakfast, avoided Dudley with practiced efficiency, but the hours in between had purpose now. He worked through his grandfather's journal systematically, taking notes. He read 2 of the books he'd taken from Vault 688, a slim volume called The Rights and Responsibilities of Wizarding Houses that read like a legal textbook but was packed with information nobody had ever thought to give him, and a much thicker tome titled Ancient Magic, a practitioner's account by someone named Elias Gore, published in 1923, which discussed forms of magic so old they predated the ministry's classification system entirely. The second book in particular was extraordinary. Gore wrote in the way academics sometimes did when they'd spent so long in their subject that they forgot to be cautious, with a directness that modern texts never had. There was a chapter on blood inheritance magic, the kind of deep magic that was embedded in houses and rings and family objects, the kind that had made the ring fit his finger and the vault door respond to his key, that gave Harry a framework for understanding things he'd only ever experienced without explanation. The magic of inherited objects does not confer power on the recipient, Gore wrote. It recognizes power already present. The ring fits because the blood that carries the lineage carries also the capacity. What is activated is not new. It was always there. Harry read that passage twice and felt something quiet and certain settle in his chest. He wrote to Hermione on the 3rd day, carefully, because she was the person he most needed and also the person most likely to immediately tell someone if he said too much. Hermione, I need some legal information about wizarding inheritance law and I don't have the right books with me. Can you find out what formal claiming means in terms of legal status? Not for any particular reason, just something I read. Also anything about the rights of the head of an ancient and noble house, how does that interact with being a minor? Who can override what? No urgency, just curious. Her reply came 36 hours later and was 6 pages long, which was Hermione at her most transparently delighted by a research question. The headline, buried in paragraph 4 beneath 3 paragraphs of context she considered necessary preamble, once a formal claiming is registered at Gringotts and witnessed under the old law, the claimant is considered an adult under wizarding law for all purposes related to their house, estate, and legal affairs, regardless of age. This effectively creates a parallel legal status, still a minor for most purposes, school, general ministry oversight, but an adult for property, financial, and certain political purposes. Interestingly, it also means they can formally invoke the right to speak in Wizengamot proceedings related to their house, though that's basically never done anymore. Why are you asking about this? Harry, what have you done? He wrote back, nothing yet. Tell me more about the Wizengamot thing. She did. Another 4 pages. He read all of it twice, made notes, and added them to the growing pile in his notebook. By the end of the 2nd week he had 14 pages of notes, 3 columns of legal references, and a clearer picture of what he was walking into than anyone who'd been keeping him in the dark had apparently anticipated. On the 15th day, a letter arrived that wasn't from anyone he expected. It was addressed in unfamiliar handwriting, not Sirius, not Ron or Hermione, not any of the Order members who occasionally sent careful, uninformative check-in notes. The envelope was heavy cream parchment, sealed with dark blue wax, and on the seal was a crest he recognized from his grandfather's journal, a longbow over an oak tree, the Longbottom family sigil. He opened it. Dear Harry, you don't know me well, but I know you, and I think you might be interested in what I have to say. My grandmother has just told me something about my family's connection to your family. Our grandparents were close, apparently, and there are some old agreements between the Longbottom and Potter houses that nobody's discussed for about 15 years. I heard about what happened at Gringotts. Don't ask how, my gran has sources everywhere and she's been watching the family accounts. She's not angry. She's actually, I think the word is relieved. I don't really know why I'm writing this except that Gran said I should, and she's usually right about things. She said to tell you, the Longbottom house stands with Potter house, as it always has. She said you'd understand what that means. I'm not sure I understand what it means. But I think maybe I should. Neville Harry read the letter twice, surprised in a way that felt good, the kind of surprise that opened something rather than closed it. He understood what Augusta Longbottom meant by the Longbottom house stands with Potter House. He'd read about it in the Rights and Responsibilities book, interhouse alliances, formal pledges of support between ancient and noble houses that had existed for centuries and still carried legal weight in Wizengamot proceedings. Before the modern era, when the old houses had wielded direct political power, these alliances had been the architecture of wizarding governance. Most of them had quietly lapsed. Some of them, apparently, had not. He wrote back to Neville that evening. He wrote carefully, warmly, without overwhelming him with information he wasn't ready for. He said, "I'm glad your Gran told you. I'll explain everything when we're back at school. There's quite a lot to explain. For now, tell her thank you, and tell her the feeling is mutual." Then he added, "Also, I think you're going to need to learn about the old alliance system. I'll lend you a book." He could practically see Neville's expression upon reading that, confused but game, which was exactly what Neville always was. 3 weeks into summer, a letter came from Dumbledore. It was short and warm in the particular way that Dumbledore's letters always were. The warmth was real, Harry never doubted that, it was just that warmth had sometimes been used as a substitute for information. "Dear Harry, I hope your summer is passing tolerably well. I know Privet Drive is not your preferred residence, and I appreciate your patience with the arrangements. There are reasons for them, as I have explained, that relate to your safety and the protections your mother's sacrifice created. I have been made aware that you visited Gringotts recently. I confess some concern, not about anything you've done wrong, not at all, but about timing and the complexity of certain matters related to your family's estate. I would very much like to speak with you about this when the opportunity presents itself. Would you be available for a brief meeting? I can arrange transportation. I hope you know, Harry, that everything I do with your well-being in mind." With warmth, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it 3 times. He read the subtext, "I know what you've done, I'm not angry, but I'd like to manage this before it gets away from me," as clearly as if it had been written in plain language. He wrote back. "Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I'm well. You're right that I visited Gringotts. I found some documents belonging to my father at Privet Drive and went to have them assessed. The goblins were very helpful. I'm happy to meet and talk. I think there are things we should discuss. I'm sure you'd agree." Harry short. Polite. Not a single piece of actual information. He sent it, and then felt the particular satisfaction of someone who has decided to play the game at a slightly higher level than expected. Dumbledore's response arrived the next day. He would send someone on Saturday to bring Harry to a meeting. He didn't specify where the meeting would be, which told Harry it wasn't Hogwarts and wasn't Grimmauld Place, which meant it was somewhere Dumbledore controlled completely. Harry was looking forward to it with a feeling that was not quite anxiety and not quite anticipation but had elements of both. Between the letter and Saturday he had 4 days, and he used them. He read. He practiced wand movements in his room with the curtains drawn, not casting spells. He was very aware that the trace was still active and an underage magic alert was not what he needed, but drilling the motions until they were muscle memory, the way his grandfather's journal recommended. Master the movement before you need the magic. In a real duel you will not have time to think about your wrist. He also read the rest of the ancient magic book, which in its final chapters discussed something called house magic, the deep, structural enchantments that certain old wizarding homes contained, not spells cast on the house but magic grown into its foundations over generations of habitation by powerful wizarding families. Potter Manor, his grandfather's journal confirmed, had it. A house with deep house magic responds to the head of house the way a trained animal responds to its master, not with subservience but with recognition. It will open for you. It will protect those you designate. It will, in extremis, defend itself and its residents against aggressors with a ferocity that has nothing to do with any spell anyone has cast upon it. This magic cannot be acquired. It can only be grown, across generations, and only in a family that has stayed. Harry marked the page. Potter Manor had been empty for 14 years, growing its magic in the dark with no one to come home to. He thought about walking through that front door and what it might feel like, and put the thought away to deal with later, because if he sat with it too long it became something too large to carry in a privet drive bedroom. Saturday arrived in the form of Alastair Moody at 9 in the morning, which surprised Harry considerably. He'd expected Tonks, or maybe McGonagall, and instead it was Moody, who appeared at the front door with his magical eye spinning and his expression set at its baseline of aggressive suspicion. "Potter," Moody said. "Get your things." "Morning to you too," Harry said. Moody looked at his hand. The magical eye stopped spinning. "That's the Potter house ring," he said, in a tone that was several degrees different from his usual. "Yes," Harry said. "Your grandfather's." "His father's first, then his, then my dad's. Now mine." Moody was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in a voice that was quieter than Harry had ever heard from him, "James would have been proud." He said it like it cost him something, and then his face went back to its armor and he said, "Port key in 3 minutes, get your things." Harry had already packed. He grabbed the satchel, he took it everywhere now, a habit formed in 2 weeks, and went downstairs, where Petunia was in the kitchen pretending not to listen with intense concentration. "I'll be back by this evening," Harry told her. She nodded without turning around. Her grip on her tea mug was slightly too tight. The port key was a cracked teacup that Moody produced from his coat, and it took them to a small anteroom that Harry didn't recognize: stone walls, a single window with a view of a garden, 2 chairs facing a fireplace. Not Hogwarts. Not Grimmauld Place. Somewhere private and old, somewhere that smelled like long-inhabited wizarding space, layered with decades of spellwork. "Where are we?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore's," Moody said. "His personal retreat. Don't touch anything." "Does he know I was going to ask that?" Moody gave him a look that was the closest thing to amused he probably managed. "He knows everything. That's the whole problem." It was the most candid thing Moody had ever said to him, and it landed like a stone. Dumbledore arrived 10 minutes later, through a door Harry hadn't noticed, which probably said something about the room, and he looked exactly as he always did, tall, white-bearded, robes of deep blue today, half-moon glasses, and those extraordinary eyes that had always made Harry feel simultaneously seen and assessed. But today Harry noticed something he hadn't before: the slight pause when Dumbledore registered the ring on his hand. A pause of less than a second, carefully smoothed away. "Harry," Dumbledore said, with genuine warmth. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." Harry sat. Dumbledore sat across from him, and for a moment they looked at each other with the frankness of two people who have both decided, independently, to stop pretending they don't know what's happening. "You've been to Gringotts," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "And you found the satchel at Privet Drive?" "Yes." "And you've formally claimed the Potter estate?" "Yes." Dumbledore was quiet. His hands were folded in his lap and his expression was thoughtful rather than troubled, which was interesting. "I see," he said. "And you're not angry with me?" Harry considered the question seriously. "I don't know yet," he said. "I have questions first." That seemed to genuinely surprise the older wizard. He'd probably expected an outburst. That was what Harry would have done last year, what a 15-year-old with a temper should have done. But he'd spent 3 weeks reading his grandfather's journal, and Harold Potter's influence was showing. "Then ask," Dumbledore said. "I will answer honestly." "Vault 688, Harry said. "The dormancy order. Did you request it?" A pause that told him everything before the words did. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I did." "Why?" "Because I believed, I still believe, that the assets and information in that vault would have been overwhelming for a child of 11. Or 13. The vault contains things that, I know what it contains," Harry said. "I've been in it. I've read some of the books. I've seen the war room information. And here's what I think, Professor, you're not wrong that it would have been a lot for an 11-year-old. But I'm 15. And the decision to tell me about it wasn't made at 15, or 14, or 13. The dormancy order was renewed, wasn't it? Every year it had to be reviewed. Another pause. Yes. So every year you decided I still wasn't ready. Dumbledore didn't answer immediately, and that was the answer. Professor, Harry said, not unkindly but without any softness either, my father's letter said he trusted your intentions but wasn't sure they'd always match my best interests. He was right, wasn't he? You thought keeping me ignorant kept me safer. Maybe it did, for a while. But I'm here now, I've claimed the estate, and you can't undo it. So the question is what we do from here. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, really looked, with those blue eyes that had seen centuries of wizarding history, and Harry had the clear sense that something was being recalibrated. You're remarkably composed about this, Dumbledore said. I've had 3 weeks to be angry, Harry said. I worked through most of it. What got you through the rest? Harry almost smiled. My grandfather's journal. He was very clear about the difference between being angry at someone and dealing with the situation in front of you. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, and something in him shifted, not defeat, because this man didn't do defeat, but something adjacent to genuine respect. Harold was extraordinary, he said quietly. I was always fonder of him than I think he was of me. He liked you, Harry said. He just didn't trust you completely. He wrote that the two things weren't mutually exclusive. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. No. He was right that they're not. He was quiet for a moment. What do you want, Harry? Not what you want from me specifically, what do you want? It was the first time, Harry realized, that an adult in the wizarding world had asked him that question without having an answer already prepared. I want to know everything, Harry said. Not the version you've been managing for me. Everything. About the war, about Voldemort, about what my father found out and what's in that war room and what the plan actually is. All of it. I want to be part of the decision-making, not just the execution. And I want to go to Potter Manor. The manor may not be safe, Harry finished. I know. It's been empty for 14 years and hasn't been properly checked. I want to go anyway, with proper backup, and I'd like your help arranging it. Not your permission, your help. There's a difference. The distinction landed the way Harry had intended it to. He wasn't being hostile. He wasn't issuing ultimatums. He was drawing a clear line about what kind of conversation this was. That distinction, Dumbledore said, very quietly, is one your grandfather would have appreciated. I got it from him, Harry said. Can you help me or not? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said. I can. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Harry had expected resistance, had prepared for it, and found instead that Dumbledore, confronted with a Harry who was calm and specific and clearly informed, gave considerably more than Harry had anticipated. Not everything. Dumbledore would never give everything in a single meeting, it was structurally against his nature. But he confirmed what Harry's father's war room notes hinted at, filled in several gaps in Harry's understanding of Voldemort's trajectory, and agreed, with the gravity of someone who understood what the agreement meant, to arrange a properly supervised visit to Potter Manor before term started. He also, quietly, said something that Harry thought he'd probably never said to a student before. I owe you an apology, Harry. Not for the decisions I made them with what I believe to be good reason. But for not asking. For not explaining. For assuming that protection required ignorance. He paused. I am better at thinking in decades than in days, and I believe it has, at times, cost people close to me more than I can adequately account for. Harry sat with that for a moment. I don't need you to apologize, Harry said finally. I need you to stop doing it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That seems fair. And I need you to tell me about the prophecy. The pause that followed was the longest in the conversation. Harry pressed on. There is one, isn't there? Something that connects me to Voldemort. I've known it for a while, not the content, but that it exists. It's the only explanation for why he came after my family specifically. Trelawney's prophecy records are kept at the Ministry, and Voldemort is after them. He's been after them for months. I know this because Sirius told me, and Sirius doesn't lie to me. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, they were full of something that looked like sorrow. Not yet, he said. That is one thing I am not ready to tell you yet, and I ask you to trust me on the timing. Harry felt the pull to push harder. He let it go. When I'm at Hogwarts, he said. This year. That's my timeline. Yes, Dumbledore said. This year. I promise you. It was a promise from Albus Dumbledore, offered willingly, and Harry treated it as the serious thing it was. Okay, he said. Then we have an understanding. He stood up. Moody, who had been waiting in the corner with the preternatural stillness of someone who could be patient when required, straightened. One more thing, Dumbledore said. The ring. The claiming. There will be people at Hogwarts, and in the Ministry, who will react to this with alarm. Being the head of the House of Potter carries political weight that certain people will find threatening. Good, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. If the right people are threatened, Harry said, it means I'm doing something right. Moody took him back to Privet Drive at 2 in the afternoon and stood in the front garden for a moment before going. That was well done, the ex-Auror said, gruffly, in the voice of someone who gives compliments the way most people give organs, reluctantly and only when absolutely necessary. You handled him better than most adults would have. He's reasonable when you meet him as an equal, Harry said. Moody was looking at the ring again with his magical eye. Your grandfather wore that ring into the Wizengamot once and made 3 senior Ministry officials so uncomfortable they left the chamber. Just by wearing it and not apologizing for it. What were they uncomfortable about? Because the House of Potter carries a proxy vote in Wizengamot proceedings that hasn't been exercised in 30 years, and those 3 officials have been passing legislation in the assumption that it never would be again. Moody's magical eye swiveled to Harry. Worth reading up on. I will, Harry said. Moody nodded and disapparated, leaving the pleasant residential quiet of Privet Drive ringing slightly in his wake. Harry went inside, went upstairs, opened the Rights and Responsibilities book, and found the section on Wizengamot voting rights. There was a subsection. He hadn't read it yet. The proxy vote of an ancient and noble house, long dormant, is immediately reactivated upon the formal claiming of the head of house. The vote carries a weight of 3 standard votes, given the historical significance of such houses to wizarding governance. 3 votes. In a body where most significant decisions passed by margins of 2 or 3. Harry sat back and looked at the ceiling and thought about Cornelius Fudge, who was currently doing everything in his power to discredit Harry's insistence that Voldemort had returned. Fudge controlled the Ministry. Fudge influenced the Wizengamot. Fudge had the numbers to keep dismissing Harry as a troubled teenager with delusions. Had. Past tense, if you wanted to be precise about it. Harry opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote at the top, Political Strategy. Then he wrote for an hour, pulling threads from the Rights and Responsibilities book and his grandfather's journal and Hermione's 6-page letter about Wizengamot procedure, knitting them together into something that was starting to look less like a plan and more like a position. He thought about what Moody had said, 3 Ministry officials had been made uncomfortable just by his grandfather wearing the ring without apology. Harry had never been good at apology for things he hadn't done wrong anyway. He was starting to see how that might be an asset. The letter from Hermione arrived that evening, and for the first time all summer it wasn't carefully worded in the way that suggested she'd been coached on what not to say. It was just Hermione, running ahead of herself with the specific energy she got when something had caught fire in her mind. Harry, I've been thinking about everything you asked me to research and I've been doing some additional reading on my own and I think I understand now why you were asking, and I want to say first, I'm not angry, I'm not going to tell anyone, and I think you were completely right. I've been going back and forth on this all summer, you know how I feel about rules, you know how I feel about Dumbledore, but I keep coming back to the same thing, which is that there's a difference between rules that protect people and rules that protect the people making them. The dormancy order wasn't protecting you. It was protecting a version of things that certain people found convenient. You need to tell me everything when we're back at school. All of it. Not because I'll judge you for what you've done, I won't, I think it was exactly right, but because if you're going to do this properly you need someone thinking 3 steps ahead, and that's me, that's what I do, and I refuse to be left out. Also, Ron knows something's going on. He doesn't know what, but he knows. He's not upset. He just wants you to know he's with you whatever it is. Hermione P.S., the Wizengamot proxy vote. Harry. Did you read about the proxy vote? He wrote back, yes. I read about the proxy vote. That's why I need you 3 steps ahead. He could imagine her face when she read it, and it made him grin in the dark of his room. Hedwig sat on his shoulder and clicked her beak at him in the way she did when she thought he was in a good mood and she approved. He realized. Despite everything, despite the magnitude of what he'd discovered and the weight of what was coming and the complexity of the summer he'd had, he was in a genuinely good mood. Not the fragile, temporary kind. The settled kind. The kind that comes from knowing where you stand. He was Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, head of an ancient and noble house, with a vault full of his family's knowledge and a ring on his hand and a legally binding claim on a house his parents had died protecting. He had a grandfather who had left him a journal and a wand and a postscript that still made him laugh. He had a father who had been careful and loving enough to hide a satchel under a floorboard and trust that his son would find it when the time came. He had Sirius. He had Hermione and Ron. He had Neville Longbottom, apparently, and the Longbottom house standing with Potter House. He had Dumbledore, not as a patron, not as a protector, but as an ally, on terms they'd established honestly. He had 6 weeks before Hogwarts, and a war room in a manor he hadn't visited yet, and a Wizengamot proxy vote that 3 ministry officials were going to be extremely unhappy about. And he had Voldemort on one side and Umbridge coming to Hogwarts on the other, and Fudge's entire institutional apparatus trying to pretend the war wasn't starting. He thought about what his grandfather had written on the inside of the signet ring. "Welcome home, Harry." He put out his lamp and went to sleep. Chapter 3, Sirius the Griffin's Tail was the kind of pub that had been specifically designed to be forgotten. It sat on a back street in Hogsmeade that most visitors to the village never found, tucked between a closed-up seamstress shop and a building that had been a post office in 1887 and hadn't been anything useful since. The sign above the door had faded to the point where the griffin on it was more suggestion than image, and the windows were the thick, greenish kind that let in light but not visibility. It was the sort of place that stayed in business because the people who needed it always knew where it was, and everyone else walked past it without quite registering that it existed. Harry had found the address in his grandfather's journal, cross-referenced with a note in his father's handwriting in the margin, still active as of 79, Rosie knows the family. Rosie, apparently, was the landlady, and she'd been running the Griffin's Tail since before Harold Potter had been born, which raised questions about her age that Harry decided were probably rude to ask. Getting there had required the invisibility cloak and a carefully constructed cover story. He told Petunia he was going to stay with Ron for the last week of summer, which wasn't entirely false in the sense that he would eventually end up at the Burrow, and wasn't entirely true in the sense that he had a stop to make first. He'd written to the Weasleys and they'd confirmed, and he'd written to Dumbledore and said he was going to the Burrow early, which was also technically true, and he'd written to Sirius with the location of the Griffin's Tail and the message, Thursday. "Can you make it?" Sirius had written back in 4 words, "I'll be there." Finally. The finally had made Harry's chest do something complicated. He arrived Thursday morning via night bus from Little Whinging. He had his Hogsmeade permission slip from 3rd year, technically expired, but the night bus conductor had looked at his ring and waved it through with a nod that suggested certain things superseded administrative paperwork, and made his way through Hogsmeade under the cloak while the village was quiet and the summer tourists were still at breakfast. The Griffin's Tail was unlocked. Inside was low-ceilinged and warm and smelled of old wood and butterbeer and something slightly herbal that Harry associated with the kind of pub that had been serving wizards for centuries and had absorbed the residue of 1,000 minor spells into its walls. There were 6 tables, 4 of them empty. At the bar was a woman who was either 60 or 160, with white hair piled extravagantly on top of her head and eyes that were the particular sharp pale blue of someone who had seen everything and was still paying attention. "Potter," she said, not a question. Her eyes had gone directly to the ring. "That's me," Harry said. "Rosie Fairweather. Your grandfather drank here for 40 years. She set a glass of butterbeer on the bar. "Your father too, when he could get away from school. Your mother came twice and both times she outpaced everyone at the table, which I respected enormously." She looked at him steadily. "Your godfather is already here. Back room, the one with the blue door. Don't take the cloak off until you're inside. I run a private house but there are limits." Harry took the butterbeer, tucked it under the cloak, and found the blue door at the back of the pub. He knocked twice, the way he'd told Sirius he would. The door opened. Sirius Black looked different than he had at the end of term. The end-of-term version had still carried some of the Azkaban hollowness in his face, the gauntness that 12 years of Dementors left in a person's bones. The Sirius standing in the doorway of the Griffin's Tail back room looked like someone who had been eating properly and sleeping in a bed and not slowly going insane in an enclosed space, still too thin, still with the lines around his eyes that shouldn't have been there for a man his age, but alive in a way the other version hadn't entirely been. His eyes were clear and grey and bright. He looked at Harry and the relief in his face was so total it was almost painful to see. "You absolute lunatic," Sirius said, and pulled him into a hug that could have cracked ribs. Harry hugged him back just as hard. They stayed like that for a moment, not awkward, not performative, just real. Sirius smelled of the outdoors and something that was probably the particular magical signature of a man who'd been spending a lot of time as a large dog, and he was shaking slightly, which Harry pretended not to notice. "You actually did it," Sirius said, pulling back to look at him. His eyes went to the ring and something moved through his expression, pride and grief in the same instant, indistinguishable from each other. "You went and got yourself emancipated before you even started 5th year, you incredible idiot." "I'm not fully emancipated," Harry said. "Just lord of the house. Splits the difference nicely." Sirius grabbed his shoulder, examined the ring more closely. "That's Harold's ring. James wore it for about 6 months when he was 17 before the war got complicated enough that he didn't want it to attract attention. He let go and sat down heavily in one of the chairs. God. Seeing that on your hand." Harry sat across from him. The back room was small and low, with 2 chairs and a table and a window that looked onto a walled garden. On the table was a bottle of fire whiskey and a second glass, both untouched. "Tell me everything," Sirius said. "From the beginning. The attic, the satchel, all of it. I've been living on your letters for 3 weeks and they're driving me insane." So Harry told him. All of it, the floorboard in the attic, the ring and the deed and the letters, Gringotts and Ragnok in Vault 688 and the books and his grandfather's journal. He told it chronologically and with the particular detail that Sirius clearly needed, and Sirius listened with the intense focus of someone receiving information he'd been hungry for years, his hands wrapped around the glass of fire whiskey though he wasn't drinking, just holding it. When Harry got to the part about the war room, Sirius closed his eyes. "He finished it," Sirius said quietly. "He was building it when, he never told me the full scope, he was worried about Azkaban, which was ironic given what happened. But he told me he had a contingency, something separate from Dumbledore's order, his own research." He opened his eyes and they were very clear and very level. "What was in it?" "I haven't been yet," Harry said. "I haven't been to the Manor yet. Dumbledore is helping arrange it. But Dad's letter said, everything he knew about Voldemort, his own research, things that weren't in the Order's files." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "James was brilliant, Harry. People thought he was reckless and sometimes he was, but he had a mind, God, he had a mind. He saw patterns before anyone else did. He understood Voldemort in a way that even Dumbledore didn't, not because he was smarter than Dumbledore but because he looked at him differently. Dumbledore always looked at Voldemort like a philosophical problem. James looked at him like an enemy. He paused. There's a difference in those approaches. What do you mean? Dumbledore is always asking why. Why did Voldemort become what he became? What does he want? What does power mean to him? He wants to understand. James was asking how. How does he move? What does he need? Where are his weaknesses? What can you actually do to stop him? Both important. But James's version is more useful when someone's actively trying to kill you. Harry thought about that. So whatever's in the war room is tactical, Sirius said. James wasn't a theorist. He was a problem solver. A pause. He would have loved you, Harry. I need you to know that. Not as an abstract, he thought about you constantly in the time before. He used to say that whatever happened, he wanted you to have the tools to choose your own path. He said Dumbledore's version of protection always assumed the protected party was passive, and he didn't want that for you. He wrote almost exactly that in his letter, Harry said. Sirius looked at him for a long moment, and the grief and the pride were still tangled together in his face, inseparable. Can I see it? The letter? Harry had brought it. He'd brought all of them, because he'd known somehow that this was where they should be read together. He reached into the satchel and produced the 2 letters from his father and the one from his grandfather, and passed them across. Sirius read them slowly. He read James's first letter and his expression went through about 7 things that Harry was too polite to catalogue. He read Harold's letter and laughed quietly at the postscript, the same surprised laugh Harry had laughed in the attic. He read James's second letter, the one from Gringotts, and when he'd finished he sat with it in his hands for a long time. 2 weeks before he died, Sirius said. Yes. He knew something was wrong. He didn't know what. He'd convinced himself it was safe at Godric's Hollow. He told me he had a feeling and that maybe the Fidelius was overkill, but he was still building contingencies. Sirius set the letter down carefully on the table. Peter was feeding Voldemort information for months before the end. We think at least 6 months. Maybe longer. James was sensing it without knowing the source. Was it? Harry stopped. Was it what? Was it your idea to use Pettigrew as secret keeper? Or his? Sirius looked at him steadily. Mine, he said. And I've had 14 years to live with that. It wasn't self-pity, there was no softness in his voice, just the flat acknowledgement of a fact. I thought it was clever. I thought I was the obvious choice, the one Voldemort would go after, and that using Peter instead was a feint. I thought I was protecting them. He paused. I didn't know what Peter was. I didn't let myself know. Harry nodded. He didn't offer anything to soften it. Sirius didn't want that, he could tell. He wanted to be with the truth of it, not have it managed. The journal, Harry said after a moment. Harold's journal. He wrote about you. Did he? Sirius looked sideways, as if preparing for something. He said you were the most talented natural duelist he'd seen in 30 years and that you and James were going to get yourselves killed before you were 30. Harry paused. He was half right. Sirius exhaled something between a laugh and a breath. I'll take half right. He reached for the fire whiskey and finally drank some of it. What else did he say? That you had a gift for seeing the structural weakness in anything, spells, wards, arguments, people, and that the problem was you saw it so fast you never bothered explaining the process to anyone else, which meant when you were wrong no one could catch it. Harry looked at him. He said it twice, in 2 different entries. Both times he also said you were one of the finest people he'd met. Sirius was very still. He said that. Written down. In ink. You can read it. Sirius shook his head slightly, not as a refusal but as a gesture of receiving something that was almost too much to receive. James's father was terrifying, he said. Most of the time. He'd look at you and you felt like he was reading every stupid thing you'd done that week. But sometimes he'd say something. He stopped. He came to visit James in 5th year, at Hogwarts, and James was in detention for something ridiculous, hexing Avery in the corridor, and Harold came to see us in the common room while James was serving the detention, and he sat there and talked to me for an hour about dueling theory and Wizengamot history, and then at the end he said, completely out of nowhere, "You're good for my son. The good ones always find each other." Sirius paused. I was 15. No one had ever said anything like that to me. Harry understood, without Sirius saying it, what was underneath that story, the context of the Black family, of growing up in a house where you were never good for anything except living up to expectations you despised. He didn't say that out loud either. He just nodded. "He sounds like he was extraordinary," Harry said. "Harold. He was. Your whole family was extraordinary, Harry. I need you to understand that, not as a legacy to live up to, but as a fact. You come from extraordinary people. The capability you have, the instincts, the way you handle pressure, it's not accidental. It's not just your mother's love and a bit of luck. You are a Potter, in every sense." Harry sat with that. "You know what the weird thing is?" he said. "Finding that satchel, it didn't feel like inheriting something. It felt like meeting people." Sirius looked at him. "Yeah," he said, quietly. "Yeah, that's exactly what it is." They talked for 4 hours. Sirius knew more than his letters had suggested. Of course he did. Sirius was not a man capable of being incautious in written correspondence without it killing him, and letters were not his medium. In person, with fire whiskey on the table and no one listening, he talked with the fluency of someone who had been holding things in reserve for too long. He confirmed what Dumbledore had told Harry, and added to it. The Order of the Phoenix had been reformed, Sirius said, but it was running as it always had, brilliant, well-meaning, and structured around Dumbledore's information hierarchy, which meant that most Order members knew their piece of the picture and not the whole of it. It wasn't malicious, he said, it was just how Dumbledore thought. He gave you what he believed you needed to do your part effectively, and he trusted himself to hold the rest. The problem, Sirius said, is that the parts don't always know what the other parts are doing. And sometimes the parts need to coordinate in ways Dumbledore hasn't anticipated. "What's the Order's plan for the Ministry?" Harry asked. "Fudge is actively working against us." Sirius made a face. "Dumbledore's plan for Fudge is patience. Let the evidence accumulate until even Fudge can't ignore it." "That's not a plan," Harry said. "That's hoping." "Yes. I know." "You have 3 votes in the Wizengamot," Harry said, and watched Sirius's expression shift. "The Potter proxy vote. Did you know about it?" "I knew it existed. I didn't know it was still actionable." "It is. Formally claimed, full reactivation." Harry leaned forward. "And the Longbottom House has written to me. Augusta Longbottom has made a formal interhouse declaration of solidarity. If the Longbottom proxy is still active, it is," Sirius said, and he was sitting very straight now, his eyes bright. "Augusta's been sitting on it for years because she didn't have anyone to align with. She and Dumbledore have a complicated relationship, she respects him but she doesn't follow him. So that's potentially 6 votes, Harry said. Between the 2 houses. Against Fudge's current majority, it's not enough to flip it, Sirius said. But it's enough to make the margins uncomfortable. Enough to force debates he doesn't want. Enough to make him realize that pretending Voldemort hasn't returned has consequences he didn't anticipate." He was quiet for a moment. "Harry, do you have any idea what you've set in motion?" "I'm getting a clearer picture," Harry said. Sirius looked at him with an expression that was wholly unfamiliar. Harry couldn't identify it at first, and then he could. It was the look of someone realizing they don't need to worry anymore. Not in the way of someone who has given up worrying, but in the way of someone who has seen that the person they were worrying about is genuinely going to be all right. "You're so like him," Sirius said. "In the best possible way." He had this thing. He'd walk into any room and within 10 minutes he'd have figured out every structural weakness and every potential ally, and he'd already be 3 moves ahead, and he'd look completely relaxed the whole time. People thought he was reckless because he seemed easy about things. He wasn't. He was just very fast. "I'm not that fast," Harry said honestly. "You're faster than you think." Sirius paused. "And you have something James didn't have enough of, in the end." "What?" "Patience. When to wait. James always wanted to move immediately. You've been sitting on this for 3 weeks and planning." He looked at him. "Where did that come from?" Harry thought about it seriously. "I think from having nothing to do and a lot to read," he said. "And from being angry enough to do it right instead of just doing it." Sirius laughed, a real laugh, the bark of it filling the small room. "Perfect. That's perfect." They talked about practical things after that. The Manor. Sirius had been there before Azkaban, had stayed there on holidays with the Potters in 6th and 7th year, knew the layout and some of the defenses. He described it with the particular fondness of someone talking about a place they'd been deeply happy in, which made it ache a little. "The East Wing is where Harold did most of his work," Sirius said. "Your father expanded it. The portrait gallery starts at the top of the main staircase and runs the whole length of the East Corridor. You'll recognize people, Harold and Euphemia obviously, but there are portraits going back 6 generations. They'll all talk to you. Some of them are exhausting about it." He smiled. "The house itself, you'll feel it when you go in. It's like," he searched for the right word. "It's like putting on something that fits." James always said it felt like the house breathed differently when a Potter was in it. "The book said house magic responds to the head of house," Harry said. "It does. It's not like a spell, you can't control it directly, but it's there, and it responds to your intent. If you want a room to stay locked, it'll lock. If you want someone kept out, it'll find ways. And if something threatens the house," he paused. "Don't test that one on anything you care about." "The war room," Harry said. "You said you knew my father was building something." James talked about it in the last few months before. He was cagey about the specifics, because Pettigrew was often around, but I knew the outline. He'd been gathering intelligence separately from the Order, cross-referencing Dumbledore's information with his own sources, and he was finding gaps. Things that didn't quite fit Dumbledore's theoretical model. He kept saying there was something off about how Voldemort was moving, that it didn't match the pattern of someone who was just trying to win a war. There was something else he was looking for. Sirius looked at Harry. "I don't know what he found. I think the war room has it. He said in the letter not to tell anyone until I'd read it myself. He was right about that. Read it first. Then decide." Sirius looked directly at him. "I want to see it, Harry. Eventually. When you're ready. But he was right that it should be yours first." Harry nodded. He respected that, both his father's instruction and Sirius's agreement with it. It said something about both of them. "What do you know about Umbridge?" Harry asked. Sirius's expression darkened immediately, comprehensively, in the way that faces do when a person's name functions as a warning. "Dolores Umbridge," he said. "She's being placed at Hogwarts as defense against the dark arts teacher. She's also, unless the Ministry has changed its plans in the last week, being given the title of High Inquisitor, a new title, created specifically for her, that gives her oversight authority over all teaching staff at Hogwarts, including the authority to discipline and dismiss." Harry stared. "They can't, they already have. Fudge pushed through a motion in the Wizengamot 2 weeks ago, small turnout, summer session, barely anyone paying attention. Educational Decree No. 22, in the event of a failure by the Hogwarts governors to provide a new defense against the dark arts teacher, the ministry is permitted to appoint one. A pause. Dumbledore couldn't fill the post in time. No one would take it. The curse, supposedly, though I think some of it was people not wanting to get caught in the middle of the Fudge-Dumbledore conflict. So Umbridge walks in with ministry authority and the power to override McGonagall, override Dumbledore, not override Dumbledore, Sirius said. Not directly. But audit him. Question him. Make his life at Hogwarts very difficult. And her primary target is going to be you. I know, Harry said. You're the most visible proof that Voldemort is back. If she can discredit you, marginalize you, make you look unstable or dangerous, she can protect Fudge's narrative, Harry finished. I know. I've been thinking about it. He paused. She's going to be a problem. She's going to be a significant problem, Sirius agreed. She's not stupid, Harry. That's the thing people always underestimate about her. She seems ridiculous, the pink, the kittens, the saccharine sweetness, but she's a precise, calculating political operator. She's been Fudge's fixer for years. Everything she does is deliberate. Good, Harry said, and Sirius looked at him. Good. Stupid enemies are dangerous because they're unpredictable, Harry said. Smart enemies make moves you can anticipate. He looked at the ring on his hand. And she's going to walk into Hogwarts not knowing that I spent my summer becoming someone significantly harder to marginalize than I was in June. Sirius stared at him for a moment. Then he smiled, the wide, slightly wolfish smile that Harry thought was probably what James Potter had looked like when he was planning something wonderful. No, he said. She certainly doesn't know that. She's going to find out, Harry said. Probably on the first day. Try not to make it a disaster. I'll make it whatever it needs to be. Sirius looked at him steadily, and then he said something that Harry suspected he'd been building toward for the entire conversation. James used to say, and I know this sounds like the kind of thing people say, but he used to say the worst thing about the war wasn't being afraid. It was the waiting. The not knowing when or where it would come from. He said the only thing that helped was being as prepared as you possibly could and then making peace with what you couldn't control. A pause. I think you've got the first part sorted. I'm working on it. The second part, Sirius said, is harder. I know. They were quiet for a moment. Outside, through the walled garden window, a bird was doing something uncomplicated in a hedge. The fire whiskey was down to the last quarter of the bottle. There's something else I wanted to tell you, Sirius said. Something personal. He turned the glass in his hands. I know I'm not supposed to leave, Dumbledore's instructions, the safety considerations, but I've been going stir-crazy in that house and I've been doing something about it. I've been making contact with some old allies. People your grandfather would have known. People who've been watching the ministry's recent maneuvers with a great deal of alarm. Who? The Bones family, Amelia Bones, she's head of the DMLE, she's one of the only people at the ministry who isn't compromised. She and I go way back. She knows I'm innocent, she's known for years but there was nothing she could do without political backing. I've also been in contact with the Shacklebolts. Kingsley's family is old blood, they know the Wizengamot system backward. And there's a group of younger Wizengamot members who've been quietly unhappy with Fudge for 2 years. He paused. They need a focal point. Someone with standing to organize around. Harry understood. They need a name, he said. A house name. They need the House of Potter to stop being dormant, Sirius said. And you fixed that. Harry looked at his hand. The ring caught the light from the window, the stag on the amber stone clear and still. How quickly can you get them a message, he asked. By tonight. Tell them I'll meet with whoever wants to meet when I'm at Hogwarts. Tell them I'm not organizing a rebellion against Dumbledore, I'm not. But I'm also not letting Fudge dismantle the truth without a fight, and I have standing now to make that fight in places he thought were safe for him. He looked at Sirius. Tell them Lord Potter is back in business. Sirius Black, who had looked hopeful and bright all morning, looked now like a man who had been given back something he'd thought was gone forever. Your father, he said, would have absolutely loved this. I know, Harry said. He left me excellent instructions. They left the Griffin's tail separately, Harry first, under the cloak, through the back garden and around to the main Hogsmeade Street, and Sirius 10 minutes later in his animagus form, padding away through the side streets with the casual authority of a large and unconcerned dog. Harry walked through Hogsmeade in the August warmth with the cloak over his shoulders, listening to the village around him, the noise of the sweet shop, 2 witches arguing cheerfully outside Gladrags, the distant rumble of the Hogwarts Express doing a maintenance run on the tracks beyond the hill, and felt the day settling into him. There was a lot coming. He knew that with perfect clarity. Umbridge at Hogwarts, Voldemort gathering strength, the Ministry actively hostile, a war room full of his dead father's research waiting to be read. The prophecy, which Dumbledore had promised to tell him and which he was fairly certain he already knew the bones of. All of that was real and none of it had changed. But he was not the person who'd gone back to Privet Drive in June, angry and isolated and waiting for adults to decide what to tell him. He was not the person who'd been in Dumbledore's long game without knowing the rules. He was not the boy who lived, that convenient icon, that symbol other people had written their own stories onto. He was Harry James Potter. Lord of the House of Potter. Heir to a manor his family had built, a vault his family had filled, a ring his great-great-something-grandfather had worn into a Wizengamot chamber and made 3 ministry officials uncomfortable just by existing in it without apology. He was going to Hogwarts in 3 weeks with all of that on his hand and in his head, and Dolores Umbridge was going to discover that the year she'd been sent to manage was considerably more complicated than advertised. He stepped out of Hogsmeade onto the road south, pulled off the cloak, and stuck out his wand hand for the night bus. It arrived in the usual explosion of purple and noise, and the conductor, the same one as before, looked at his hand and said, "Where to, Lord Potter?" Harry thought about that. "The Burrow," he said. "It's time to see my friends." The Burrow at 6 in the evening was approximately what it always was, cheerfully chaotic, slightly structurally improbable, and so full of warmth it felt like being pulled into something solid. Ron met him at the gate with the expression of a person who had been waiting all summer for something to happen and had finally seen it begin. "Right," Ron said, looking at the ring. "You're going to tell me everything, aren't you?" "Everything," Harry confirmed. Ron grinned with the complete, uncomplicated loyalty of someone who didn't need to understand the specifics to be already fully committed. "Brilliant," he said. "Come on, Mum's made enough for 12 people as usual." And Harry walked through the gate of the Burrow into the noise and the warmth and the smell of Molly Weasley's cooking, with the satchel over his shoulder and the ring on his hand, and a week until Hogwarts, and felt, for the first time in a very long time, completely ready. Chapter 4, Return to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, and Harry was on it 10 minutes early, which was so unlike him that Hermione actually checked his forehead for a fever. "I'm fine," Harry said. "You're never early." "I had things to think about." She looked at him with the particular Hermione expression that meant she was already 6 layers deep into analyzing something and was choosing her words carefully. She'd been doing it since he'd arrived at the Burrow 4 days ago and told her and Ron everything, the satchel, the vault, Gringotts, the meeting with Dumbledore, the 4 hours at the Griffin's tail with Sirius. She'd listened without interrupting, which was extraordinary for her, and when he'd finished she'd been quiet for almost a full minute, which was unprecedented. Then she'd said, "Show me the Rights and Responsibilities book." He'd given it to her and she'd read it overnight and returned it in the morning with 43 sticky notes marking pages she wanted to discuss, which was the most Hermione thing that had ever happened. Ron, for his part, had said, "So you're actually a lord now," and when Harry had said essentially yes, Ron had nodded slowly and said, "Wicked. Does that mean we can get better seats at Quidditch matches?" Harry had thought about it. Probably. "Brilliant," Ron had said, and that had been that. Now they were on the train, in a compartment to themselves. They'd got there early enough to claim one, which was the advantage of being early, and the English countryside was starting to scroll past the windows as London gave way to its outer edges and then to fields. Neville had found them at the platform, looking slightly flustered but determined, and was sitting across from Harry with the air of someone trying to decide how to say something. Luna Lovegood appeared at the compartment door about an hour out of London, as she always seemed to appear, seemingly from nowhere, without announcement, as though she'd materialized directly from the surrounding atmosphere. "Hello," she said. "May I sit here? The compartment I was in has a Raxbird infestation and I'd rather not breathe that air all the way to Scotland." "Please," Harry said, and meant it. Luna sat down next to Neville, arranged her radish earrings with the focused attention of someone handling important equipment, and looked at Harry with her wide, clear eyes. Directly at his hand. "That's a house ring," she said. "A real one. We have one at home, my father's. The Lovegood ring has a moon on it." She tilted her head. "Yours has a stag. Potter family, very old. The magic in it is very bright." She paused thoughtfully. "Brighter than it should be for a ring that's been sitting in a vault." Harry looked at the ring. "What do you mean, brighter than it should be?" "Rings like that accumulate magic from the family line. The longer they sit unused, the more they accumulate, like interest in a bank." Luna examined it with serene interest. "Yours looks like it's been accumulating for a very long time. Whatever you're supposed to do with it, I think you have quite a lot to work with." Hermione was looking at Luna with the specific expression she reserved for moments when Luna said something that was simultaneously eccentric and entirely correct. "Right," Harry said. "That's actually useful, thank you." Luna smiled and opened a copy of the Quibbler, which had a headline about something called the Ministry's Secret Sock Initiative, and that was apparently all she needed to say on the subject. Neville had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone trying to identify the right moment to say something. He found it now. "I've been reading," Neville said. "The book you sent." Harry had sent him the Rights and Responsibilities volume after Sirius had confirmed a second copy was in the vault. "And the Interhouse Alliance system," Neville said. He had, Harry noticed, a different quality to his posture than usual. Neville's usual physical vocabulary was apologetic, shoulders slightly hunched, hands in lap, making himself smaller. Right now he was sitting straight, not because someone had told him to but because he'd decided to. Gran explained most of it, but the book was clearer on the legal mechanics. The Longbottom Potter Alliance has been dormant since 1981, technically, because you were a minor and there was no formal head of the Potter house to make it active. He looked directly at Harry. "You're the head of the Potter house now." "I am," Harry said. "So if I want to formally activate the alliance," Neville looked slightly uncertain, not about the principle but about the procedure. "I'd need to do that in writing, with both parties present." Chapter 7 of the book, Hermione said immediately. "Both parties sign, witnessed by a third party of appropriate standing. It can be done at Hogwarts." She looked at Harry. "Professor McGonagall would be appropriate, she's a Hogwarts official of standing, and a brief pause. "She'd be supportive, I think." "She would," Harry said. He'd thought about McGonagall a lot over the summer. She was the person at Hogwarts he trusted most absolutely, and not just because she was his head of house. She was the person at Hogwarts who consistently treated students like people capable of handling truth. "We'll ask her when we get there." Neville nodded once, with the clean decisiveness of someone who has thought something through and is now committed. Gran also said, "The Longbottom Vault has resources that haven't been used in years." She said if you're setting up alliances, if you're building something, she wants to contribute. He paused. "She's been waiting for someone with standing to organize around. For a while." That phrasing was Sirius's, Harry realized, almost exactly. They need a focal point. Someone with standing. "Tell her I'm grateful," Harry said. "Tell her it won't be wasted." "She knows that," Neville said. She said you're Harold Potter's grandson and that's recommendation enough. Luna turned a page of the Quibbler. The Lovegoods have an alliance clause with the Potter family too, she said, conversationally, as though she were noting the weather. My father mentioned it once. Signed in 1943. I don't think it's ever been formally activated. A pause. I think it might be now, though. If the ring is as bright as I think it is. Everyone in the compartment looked at her. She lowered the Quibbler and looked back with perfect equanimity. My family has always believed in the Potters, she said simply. It seemed like the right sort of family to believe in. Harry looked at her. At Neville. At Ron, who was looking slightly odd in the way he got when events moved faster than he'd anticipated. At Hermione, who had opened her notebook and was writing things down with the barely suppressed energy of someone who has just realized that the thing they've been theoretically researching has become practically urgent. Right, Harry said. So we have work to do. Hogwarts appeared at dusk, the way it always did, materializing out of the Scottish hills with the specific drama of something that had never needed to try very hard to be impressive, turrets and towers against a sky that had gone from purple to deep blue, the lake catching the last light below. Harry looked at it through the train window and felt something that was part homecoming and part readiness, the two feelings wound together. The carriages waited at Hogsmeade Station. Harry climbed into one with Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna, and the Thestrals moved without any instruction, pulling them up the hill toward the castle as the night came fully in. They're beautiful, Luna said, looking at the Thestrals with warm eyes. Ron, who couldn't see them, glanced around uneasily at what from his perspective were invisible things pulling the carriage. If you say so. They see things clearly, Luna said. That's why people find them unsettling. Most people don't like being seen clearly. Harry thought about Umbridge. He thought, most people. The great hall was loud with the opening feast energy, hundreds of students, the echoing conversations, the enchanted ceiling dark blue and cloud-scattered, for house tables bright with candlelight. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down, and for the first few minutes it was just that, the ordinary noise of being back, the smell of the castle, the self-conscious relief of people who'd been living on letters all summer now having actual faces to talk to. Then the staff filed in. Harry watched the high table with the attention of someone who'd spent a summer reading political analysis. Dumbledore took the headmaster's seat, and there was something in the set of his shoulders that Harry read as watchful. McGonagall sat straight as a ruler to Dumbledore's left. Flitwick, Sprout, Snape's eyes found Harry immediately, as they always did, with the specific dark intensity of someone looking for evidence of what they already suspect. And then, between Professor Vector and a gap where a dada teacher always sat, came Dolores Umbridge. She was shorter than Harry had imagined. The ministry file Sirius had described would have said senior undersecretary, and Harry had built a mental image of someone architecturally formidable. The reality was a squat woman in pink robes with a broad face and a wide smile and eyes that were simultaneously sharp and entirely opaque, the eyes of someone whose smile had never been connected to what was actually happening behind it. She sat down and folded her hands and surveyed the great hall, and Harry watched her survey it. She catalogued everything with the efficiency of someone who had walked into unfamiliar territory and was immediately assessing what needed to be managed. Her eyes landed on Harry. He didn't look away. She held his gaze for exactly 3 seconds, long enough to establish something, short enough to look measured, and then her eyes moved on and her smile remained completely unchanged throughout. I don't like her, Ron said quietly. No, Hermione agreed. She looked at me like I was an administrative problem, Harry said. You are an administrative problem, Hermione said. For her. That's probably good. The first year sorting happened. Dumbledore stood for his usual start-of-term speech, and Harry noticed that he gave Umbridge a fractionally longer look than he gave anyone else at the high table before he spoke, a look of absolute courtesy that contained a great deal of information for anyone who knew how to read it. Then Dumbledore sat down, and Umbridge stood up, and she cleared her throat. Hem. The sound was quiet. It was the sound of someone who had learned to use mildness as a tool, and it worked exactly the way she intended. The great hall shushed itself almost immediately, because the sound was so unassuming that not responding to it felt somehow rude. Harry had read about this in one of his grandfather's political analysis entries. Beware the person who makes you feel rude for not cooperating with them. It is the neatest mechanism of control there is. She gave a speech. It was carefully constructed, welcoming, apparently modest, full of phrases like exciting new direction and much-needed restructuring and working together for progress. She talked about the ministry's commitment to education in terms that managed to sound both bureaucratic and warm, which was a genuinely difficult needle to thread. She mentioned new ministry-approved educational standards and a careful assessment of current teaching methods and the Hogwarts Inquisitorial Squad, the last of which caused a ripple through the student body that she rode smoothly. She concluded with what Harry recognized as a masterpiece of its kind, a completely anodyne remark about the importance of respecting established authority, delivered with a smile so gentle it barely qualified as a statement at all. "That's a threat," Hermione murmured. "Yes," Harry said. "She's announcing that she's here to control the curriculum, specifically the data curriculum, and that she has the authority to discipline anyone who objects. She's warning Dumbledore, the staff, and the students all at once without technically threatening anyone." He paused. "She's very good." Ron looked at him. "You say that like it's a compliment." "It's respect," Harry said. "Different thing." McGonagall, at the high table, looked as though she had bitten something sour and was maintaining dignity about it. Snape's expression was carefully unreadable, which was its own kind of expression. Dumbledore's face showed nothing but serene attention. Umbridge sat down. The feast began. McGonagall caught Harry after the feast ended, as students were filing out of the Great Hall. "Potter," she said. "A word." She took him to a small anteroom off the main entrance hall, stone walls, a lamp on the desk, the kind of room that existed at Hogwarts for conversations that needed walls. She looked at his hand as he came in, and he watched the moment of recognition move through her face. She said nothing about it immediately. She sat at the desk and he sat across from it, and she looked at him for a moment with the precise, unsoftened attention that was uniquely McGonagall. "You had a productive summer," she said. "I did." "The claiming was done properly?" "Ragnok himself?" Harry blinked. "You knew?" "I was your father's head of house," McGonagall said. "And his mother before him. I have had certain information about the Potter family's estate that was given to me in confidence. I knew about the secondary vault, and I knew the satchel existed, and I have spent 14 years hoping you'd find it before." She stopped herself. "Smoothed something. The point is, it was done properly. Fully registered. Ragnok countersigned it himself." "Good." She looked at him, and the precision in her face softened slightly, not into warmth exactly, because McGonagall's warmth was expressed in action rather than expression, but into something that was very clearly relief. "Your father was a difficult man to keep secrets for," she said. "He always knew something was being withheld, and he always wanted to know what, and he was always right that there was. You have the same quality, for what it's worth." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation," she said, which was exactly what it would have been from his grandfather too, Harry thought. "Now. You mentioned in your letter that you needed to discuss something regarding the Interhouse alliance process. I presume you mean the Longbottom Potter alignment. And the Lovegood Potter one, apparently." McGonagall looked slightly surprised. "The Lovegood clause. I didn't realize that was still, yes, that was a 1943 agreement. Zeno Lovegood's father signed it. His daughter would have the right to activate it on behalf of the family." A pause. "Luna Lovegood. She brought it up herself, on the train." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "She's a perceptive young woman," she said, in the tone of someone who had always known this and hadn't been given enough opportunities to say it. "She is," Harry agreed. I can serve as witness for both ceremonies, McGonagall said. This weekend, if you want. My office, Saturday morning. She looked at him. The Professor Umbridge situation, I know, Harry said. She has broad authority under the educational decree and she will use it. She is particularly interested in you, in your public statements about events at the end of last year, specifically. She will attempt to silence you, discredit you, or remove you from the position of influence you currently occupy. McGonagall paused. As of today, your position is considerably stronger than she knows. I'm not going to hide it, Harry said. The ring, the estate, any of it. I'm not going to make a performance of it either. But I'm not going to pretend I'm the same person she read about in the ministry briefings. McGonagall looked at him steadily. No, she said. I rather think you're not. She stood. Go to bed, Potter. You have potions first thing tomorrow with Professor Snape and you'll need your wits. Harry stood. Professor? He paused at the door. Were you, when you found out I'd found the satchel? Were you relieved or worried? McGonagall considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Both, she said. In equal measure. And then I read your letter, and the balance shifted. She met his eyes directly. Mostly relieved, Potter. Mostly relieved. Potions the next morning was Snape, who had apparently decided that the first lesson of 5th year was an excellent opportunity to be maximally unpleasant, assigning a moderately complex potion with the kind of instructions that left out 3 key steps and then graded on the quality of the results. Harry brewed it correctly. He wasn't certain when he'd gotten good enough at potions to compensate for deliberately missing instructions, but apparently he had, between the ancient magic book sections on the theoretical basis of potion making and his grandfather's notes on the subject in the journal. He'd spent 6 weeks doing accidental potions theory, and he'd apparently absorbed enough to fill the gaps himself. Snape moved through the room and paused at Harry's cauldron. He looked at the potion. Then at Harry. Then at his hand. The look that crossed Snape's face was interesting, complex in a way that Snape's usual expressions toward Harry weren't. The usual contempt was there, but underneath it something else moved. Something that Harry associated with the moments when Snape's mask slipped just slightly. Recognition, maybe. Or something older than recognition. Acceptable, Snape said, and moved on. Harry knew, from experience, that acceptable from Snape was the equivalent of most teachers saying excellent, and he didn't show any reaction to it, which was also correct. Ron shot him an incredulous look across the table. Harry mouthed, "Tell you later." The Dada lesson was in the afternoon. Umbridge's classroom was the first sign that something had fundamentally changed about the Dada experience at Hogwarts. Every previous Dada teacher had used the classroom in some variation of the standard approach: desks, blackboard, the occasional demonstration. Umbridge had redone it. The desks were arranged in the precisely spaced, forward-facing configuration of a ministry examination room. On the walls, where previous teachers had pinned up diagrams and notes, there were Ministry of Magic educational decrees, large, official-looking documents in neat frames, the ink still fresh. The blackboard had been replaced with a whiteboard that looked deeply out of place in a castle. And at the front, behind a desk that was arranged with the deliberate neatness of someone who communicates through desk arrangement, sat Dolores Umbridge. "Good afternoon," she said, in a voice that was sweet in the way that very concentrated sugar solutions are sweet, so much so that it crossed into something uncomfortable. "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge," the class returned, with the varying levels of enthusiasm that characterized any group of 15-year-olds being polite under obligation. She had them open their new Dada textbooks, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, and read Chapter 1 in silence. Harry read it. Then he looked up. "There are no spells in this chapter," he said. It wasn't combative. He said it the way you'd say, "I think there's a mistake in this document," mildly, matter-of-factly, slightly confused. It was a tone he'd been practicing, the one his grandfather called the voice of patient correction, which was more powerful than anger in most institutional situations because it was harder to dismiss. Umbridge looked at him. The smile didn't change. "That's correct, Mr. Potter." Chapter 2 as well, Hermione said, flipping ahead. And 3. The book doesn't cover any actual defensive spells at all. It covers the theory of defensive magic, Umbridge said. Which is the appropriate foundation for, we've had 4 years of practical data instruction, Harry said. We've faced actual combat situations. Several of us have. A pause. A very deliberate pause. Is the Ministry's position that theoretical knowledge is adequate preparation for real threats? The classroom had gone very still. 20-odd fifth years watching the dynamics with the particular alertness of people who can feel when a conversation has elevated above its apparent stakes. Umbridge looked at Harry with eyes that were very bright and very still, like something that had identified a target and was calibrating. The Ministry's position, she said, in a voice that had lost none of its sweetness but had acquired a new quality underneath it, is that there are no real threats requiring students to learn combat magic at Hogwarts. The appropriate authorities are dealing with any such threats, and student preparedness for combat is not the purpose of this class. So the Ministry's official position is that Voldemort hasn't returned, Harry said. A hard intake of breath somewhere in the classroom. Umbridge's smile acquired a sharper edge. Using that name, she said, is inappropriate and, it's his name, Harry said. He had it before he had a reputation. Using it or not using it doesn't change whether he exists. He looked at her with the steady, unconcerned attention of someone who has had 3 weeks to think about this moment. I was there when he came back. I watched Cedric Diggory die. I was held down and had my blood taken for a ritual that Voldemort used to take physical form. These are things that happened. The curriculum of this class doesn't change them. Umbridge was very still. Detention, Mr. Potter, she said. This evening. 7 o'clock. My office. Fine, Harry said, pleasantly. Should I bring my own quill or will you provide one? The question was not hostile. He'd asked it because Sirius had told him, specifically, what to expect from Umbridge's detentions, and he wanted her to know he knew. He watched the very slight shift in her expression, the flicker of something recalibrating, and knew the message had landed. I will provide materials, she said, evenly. Thank you, Harry said, and went back to reading chapter 1. He went to the detention. He sat at her desk in her pink office with its decorative plates of mewing kittens, and he picked up the quill she gave him, the black, fine-tipped thing that he recognized immediately as a blood quill, because he'd read about them in the practical security of enchanted objects section of one of the vault books, and he looked at it. Then he put it down. I won't be using this, he said. Umbridge looked at him from across the desk. It is the quill I have provided, she said. It's a blood quill. The enchantment transfers the written words onto the writer's hand by cutting into the skin, using blood as ink. He looked at her with complete calm. Blood quills are classified as dark objects under the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Act, subsection 4, extended to wizarding objects by the 1947 amendment. Using one on a minor is an offense punishable by a fine and potential ministry disciplinary hearing. A pause. I'm fairly sure you know that. Umbridge's smile was fixed. Mr. Potter, I'll write my lines with a regular quill, Harry said. I have one. I'll write whatever you want, for as long as you want. But I won't use that one. He looked at her steadily. And I'd suggest being careful about how this conversation goes, because the head of an ancient and noble house has the right under the Hogwarts Charter to request a formal review of any disciplinary action taken against them. That review goes to the Board of Governors, not the Ministry. The silence in the pink office was very complete. Umbridge looked at him with the eyes of someone who had expected a manageable problem and found something considerably less manageable. You've been doing research, she said, pleasantly. I had a quiet summer, Harry said. I read a lot. She looked at his hand. At the ring. Something moved in her expression, not fear. Umbridge wasn't afraid of students, but the specific awareness of someone who has just understood that the terrain is different from the map. Right, I must respect the educational authorities of Hogwarts, she said. 100 times. With your own quill. She set a piece of parchment on the desk. Of course, Harry said, and picked up his quill, and wrote. He wrote all 100 lines without complaint, without rushing, in his neatest handwriting. When he was done he pushed the parchment across the desk. Umbridge looked at it. Then at him. You may go, she said. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. He stood, shouldered his bag, and went to the door. At the door he paused, because something occurred to him that was genuinely worth saying. Professor Umbridge. I want you to understand something. I'm not your enemy. I don't want to fight with you every day this year, that sounds exhausting for both of us. But I'm going to tell the truth about what I experienced, and I'm going to learn real defensive magic one way or another, and I'm going to exercise the legal rights I have as Lord Potter. None of that is personal. It's just what I'm going to do. She looked at him for a long moment. Good evening, Mr. Potter, she said. Good evening, Harry said, and left. Hermione and Ron were waiting in the corridor outside, which was completely against the rules for visiting a teacher's detention, and which neither of them acknowledged. How was it? Ron asked. She tried the blood quill, Harry said. Hermione made a sound that was compressed fury shaped into consonants. I told her about the 1947 amendment, Harry said. She backed down and had me write normal lines. He paused. She's recalibrating. She came in expecting me to be the same Harry Potter from the ministry briefings, reactive, emotional, easy to provoke into a public incident. She needs to revise her approach. And when she revises it? Hermione asked. Then we revise ours. Harry started walking toward the Gryffindor common room. We need to talk about the practical dada situation. She's not going to teach us anything useful and we need to learn defensive magic. Real defensive magic, not theory. There are unused classrooms in the 7th floor corridor, Hermione said, matching his pace. The room of requirement, Luna said, appearing from a side corridor in the way she did that made everyone jump slightly. It provides what you need. My mother told me about it. She was carrying a copy of the Quibbler and a potted plant that Harry hadn't seen before and didn't ask about. If you need a room for teaching defensive magic, it will be a room for teaching defensive magic. You know about the room of requirement? Hermione asked. Most people who need things badly enough find it eventually, Luna said. It's very obliging. We'd need students willing to learn, Ron said. It can't just be us. We have allies, Harry said. Neville. Luna. The others who were at the ministry filing last year. Wait, that hasn't happened yet. He recalibrated. The people who know Voldemort is back and want to be prepared for it. People who understand that Umbridge's curriculum is going to leave them defenseless. How many people do you think that is? Ron asked. Harry thought about it. The students at Hogwarts were not, in the main, stupid. They had access to the Prophet's coverage of the end of last year, they had their own family networks, they had the evidence of the Triwizard Tournament's disastrous conclusion. How many of them had spent the summer thinking about what came next? More than Umbridge would like, Harry said. Saturday morning, McGonagall's office. Harry, Neville, and Luna sat across from Professor McGonagall's desk. Hermione was there as an additional witness. Ron was in the corridor outside, standing watch for no specific reason except that he liked having a job. The Interhouse Alliance ceremony was not dramatic. McGonagall had the relevant parchments prepared, she'd done her own research, apparently, or had always known the procedure, and she explained the process with the brisk efficiency of someone who had decided this was important and was going to handle it properly. Harry signed first on both documents, the Longbottom Potter Alliance activation and the Lovegood Potter activation. Then Neville, carefully, with the deliberateness of someone aware that the moment is bigger than the act. Then Luna, who signed with the same serene attention she brought to everything, her handwriting oddly beautiful. McGonagall signed as witness on both. When it was done, both documents sealed themselves with a deep gold shimmer, the old magic in the parchment recognizing the intent of the signing, and McGonagall held them for a moment before producing 2 copies for each party. "These should be registered with Gringotts when you have the opportunity," she said. "Formally. It completes the legal framework." She looked at Harry. "Your grandfather registered his alliances with Gringotts within the week. He was very thorough." "I've heard that about him," Harry said. Something crossed McGonagall's face that might, on someone whose face was slightly less disciplined, have been a smile. "He was also," she said, "the most exasperating Wizengamot speaker I ever watched, because he was always right and always knew it and never particularly tried to hide the fact." She looked at Harry for a moment. "You have his chin." She handed out the document copies. "One more thing," she said, and reached into her desk drawer. She produced a small, sealed envelope with Harry's name on it. "This came through the school owl post this morning. External delivery, not a student. The seal is from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry took it, opened it. "Read it. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, requesting a formal meeting at his earliest convenience, regarding a matter of interest to the House of Potter." She offered 3 dates in October. Her signature was clean and direct, and she'd written in a postscript, "I was a friend of your grandfather's. Long overdue." He passed it to Hermione without a word. She read it, looked up, and the brightness in her face said everything. "The proxy votes," she said. "She needs your votes for something specific." "She needs my support to start a formal Wizengamot inquiry," Harry said. "That's my guess. She can't move against Fudge's narrative without the votes, and she hasn't had them." He folded the letter. "She has them now." McGonagall, who had been watching this exchange with a careful neutrality, said, "I would caution you to move methodically with the DMLE. Amelia Bones is trustworthy, I will vouch for that unreservedly, but the ministry is full of Fudge's people and anything you do in that building will get back to him." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not going to the ministry. She can come here, or we meet somewhere like the Griffin's Tail. On my terms." McGonagall nodded once, with the crisp decisiveness that meant she approved. Harry stood to go, and then turned at the door. "Professor. I'm going to organize a student defense group. Practical magic, real instruction, independent of the Dada curriculum. I'm not going to ask permission, because I'm fairly sure it technically violates Educational Decree 22. But I wanted you to know." McGonagall looked at him with the expression of a woman who was experiencing 2 contradictory impulses and had decided which one won. "I have no knowledge of any such group," she said precisely, "and therefore cannot prohibit it. However, if such a group were to exist, I would note that student-organized academic study is explicitly protected under the Hogwarts Student Charter of 1672, provided it doesn't disrupt scheduled classes." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. "Don't thank me," she said. "Just don't be foolish about it." He nodded, and left, and stood in the corridor outside her office for a moment with the alliance documents in his hand and Amelia Bones's letter in his pocket and 3 weeks of September suddenly full of things to do. Neville came out beside him, slightly flushed, looking at the document in his hand with the expression of someone who has just done something and is still absorbing that it happened. "So," Neville said. "We're officially, the houses are aligned." "Yes," Harry said. "Gran's going to want a copy. She can have the original if she wants." Neville almost smiled. "She'd probably prefer it." He looked at Harry sideways. "I'm going to be better this year," he said. I've always been," he stopped himself, started again with the directness of someone who'd made a decision in advance. "I've been hiding behind being bad at things because it felt safer than trying. I'm done with that." Harry looked at him. "You pulled Dumbledore out of the Sorting Hat in 2nd year," he said. When Lockhart panicked at the dueling club and your snake knocked me down. You broke through without even being in the duel. Neville blinked. You saw that? I saw it from across the hall. You're not bad at things, Neville. You're bad at believing you're good at them. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. That's a solvable problem. Neville stood a little straighter. Ron appeared from the end of the corridor. Are we done? Because Fred and George have started some kind of business venture that involves a lot of loud noises from the 7th-year boys' dorm, and I want to know if any of them are going to hit me. Harry and Neville and Luna, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor reading the Quibbler while she waited, all moved at once toward the Gryffindor common room, and the stone corridor of Hogwarts swallowed their footsteps and their voices, and somewhere below, in the Great Hall, Professor Umbridge was presumably sitting at the staff table eating breakfast and developing a new approach to the problem of Harry Potter. She would need a better one than she'd arrived with. He was already 3 moves ahead and picking up speed. Chapter 5, The Manor. The visit to Potter Manor happened on the last Saturday of September, 3 weeks into term, when the Scottish hills had gone amber and the mornings had developed the specific cold clarity of early autumn. Dumbledore arranged it with the precision of someone who understood that the arrangement needed to feel like cooperation rather than permission, which Harry appreciated. The travel documents came through McGonagall, a formal de release authorization, which was unusual but not unprecedented for older students with extenuating circumstances, and which Umbridge couldn't technically override because it fell under Hogwarts charter protections that predated her educational decrees by 4 centuries. She tried anyway, through an interstaff memo that McGonagall read, acknowledged, and filed in the bin. The escort was Moody and Tonks, which told Harry that Dumbledore had thought carefully about who to send. Moody because he knew the Manor's defense system, he'd helped James build parts of it, and Tonks because she was Auror-trained, quick, and, Harry suspected, because she was the person in the Order most likely to treat Harry like a person rather than a responsibility. They portkeyed from McGonagall's office at 7 in the morning, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, because Harry had decided that the first time wasn't something he wanted to do alone, and because these 3 had earned the right to be there by existing as the people they were. Luna had asked, with perfect serenity, if she could come, and Harry had said yes, because Luna noticed things other people didn't, and the Manor was exactly the kind of place where that mattered. Sirius couldn't make it. The risk of him being seen near Godric's Hollow was too significant, and it had taken 3 days of correspondence for Harry to accept that, and another 2 for Sirius to stop apologizing about it. Harry had written back, "You'll come when it's safe. We'll both know when that is." Sirius had written, "Your grandfather would have said exactly that, in exactly that tone, and it would have been just as infuriating." Harry had taken that as a compliment. The portkey landed them in a field. Harry had expected Godric's Hollow to look like something. He'd seen the war memorial, the church, the ruined cottage in photographs that Hermione had found in a history book once. He hadn't expected the field, which was on the western edge of the village, separated from it by a hedgerow and a stone wall that wound in a confident, self-assured curve like something that had been there long enough to stop caring what anyone thought. Beyond the wall, visible through the gate at its center, was the Manor. He stood at the gate and looked at it. It was large, but not in the ostentatious way of houses that are large to impress people. It was large in the way of a house that had been built to accommodate a family across generations, extended here and there as the family grew, modified as needs changed, so that the result was a structure that had an organic quality, like something that had grown rather than been designed. Stone, mostly, the local limestone that was the color of old honey in the morning light, with mullioned windows and a roof that had been repaired in several different centuries and showed it. Ivy on the east wall. A garden that had been untended for 14 years but hadn't gone wild so much as it had gone private, the way gardens do when they're left to their own judgment. The gate was iron, unlocked. The path beyond it was flagstone, the joints between the stones filled with the kind of stubborn moss that grew in places no one had walked for a long time. Harry put his hand on the gate. The warmth came immediately, the same deep resonance as when he'd put on the ring, but larger, more encompassing, like the difference between touching a tuning fork and standing inside the bell. The house knew he was here. He felt it as clearly as he felt the iron under his palm, a slow, enormous recognition, like something vast turning its attention toward him. "Harry," Hermione said quietly. "I know," he said. "I feel it." He pushed the gate open and walked down the path, and the others followed. The front door was oak, dark with age, with iron fittings that had greened over decades. No knocker, no bell. Harry stood in front of it for a moment. His grandfather's letter, "Walk through the front door. Don't knock. The house knows who you are." He put his hand on the latch and opened the door. The entrance hall of Potter Manor was stone-floored and high-ceilinged and smelled of old wood and cold air and something underneath those things that had no physical analogue, the specific smell of magic that had been settled into a place for so long it had become part of the chemistry of it. The walls were paneled in dark oak. A staircase rose from the center of the hall, sweeping upward with the confident elegance of something built by people who expected to be using it for a very long time. Doors on either side, all closed. At the top of the first landing, a window of colored glass, the Potter crest, the stag rampant, in amber and blue, that threw patterned light down the staircase in a way that would move with the sun across the day. 14 years of emptiness had left no dust. Harry registered that first, with a slight surprise, and then understood, the house was not merely empty, it was dormant. The protective enchantments had kept it in stasis, waiting. It was waiting to be a home again. He stepped inside, and the house, there was no other word for it, exhaled. Not literally. But something shifted in the quality of the air, in the weight of the space, in the subtle hum of the magic in the walls, and for a moment every door in the ground floor opened an inch, just enough for light to spill through the gaps, like a house blinking awake. "Oh," Hermione said softly, from behind him. Even Moody, who Harry suspected had seen most things worth seeing, was quiet for a moment. "The wards have recognized you," Moody said eventually, in the voice of a professional assessing a technical situation, except that his voice was slightly rougher than usual. "They'll run a full recalibration now, takes about an hour for a house this size. After that, you can set who has access, who can see it, whether the Fidelius is active or dormant." He paused. "Your father had it running a modified Fidelius. Secret Keeper died with Pettigrew, so the charm collapsed, but the ward structure underneath it is still intact. The house is currently visible to anyone who looks for it, but unplottable, nobody can apparate in or out without your permission." "Can we change that?" Harry asked. "Today, once the recalibration's done." Moody glanced around the hall. "Good bones. Your grandfather built well." His magical eye swept slowly across the ceiling. "Layered wards, I haven't seen construction like this in 30 years. Someone knew what they were doing." "Harold Potter," Harry said. "And someone after him." "My father expanded them," Harry said. "According to his letter." Moody made a sound that was not quite a word but meant, "I see. That explains the quality." Tonks had been standing just inside the door, looking up at the colored glass window with an expression that she probably thought was professional neutrality but which was actually something close to wonder. "It's beautiful," she said, apparently to herself. "Go wherever you want," Harry told them all. "Just, give me a minute." He walked to the center of the hall and stood on the flagstone floor under the stained glass light and let himself have the moment. He didn't try to process it or categorize it or do anything useful with it. He just stood there while the house finished its slow recognition of him, and let the feeling, enormous and complicated and entirely without precedent in his experience, be whatever it was. His parents had lived here before Godric's Hollow. His grandparents had lived here their whole lives. His great-grandparents. 6 generations of Potters had walked down that staircase and through those doors and left the impression of themselves in the stone and the wood and the air, and he was the 7th. He was home, in a sense that had nothing to do with having been here before. After a minute he went to find the east wing. The portrait gallery was exactly where Sirius had said it was, the full length of the east corridor, which ran the width of the wing and was lit by high windows on the south side. The portraits began at the corridor's entrance and ran its length, large and small, oils mostly, in frames that ranged from ornate gold to simple dark wood. They were all awake. Every portrait in the gallery was moving, watching him as he came in, and the collective attention of 6 generations of Potters was a palpable thing. He felt it the way you feel being watched, except that this was not alarming, it was something warmer than that. A woman with red-brown hair near the entrance said, simply and clearly, "Harry." He stopped. "Yes. Euphemia Potter," she said. "Your grandmother. You have your father's eyes." She smiled, and the smile was warm and real the way portrait smiles sometimes weren't. "You found the satchel." "In the attic at Privet Drive," Harry said. Something moved through her expression, complex, compressed. "Petunia's house," she said, not with contempt but with something that was probably grief filtered through time. "Lily trusted her to keep it safe if something happened." "We didn't know," she stopped. "Never mind. You found it. That's what matters." "It is," Harry agreed. "Go to the end of the gallery," she said. "He's been waiting to talk to you since the wards woke up this morning." Harry walked the length of the gallery, past his great-grandparents, who nodded at him with the grave courtesy of people meeting someone important, past a great-great-great-grandmother who looked remarkably like him, which startled him, past assorted aunts and uncles and cousins of degrees he couldn't easily trace, until he reached the far end. The portrait at the end of the gallery was the largest one. It showed a man in his 60s, lean and precise, with the bearing of someone who had learned to use stillness as a form of authority. He was sitting in a chair that Harry recognized from downstairs, and he was reading a book that he lowered when Harry reached him. Harold James Potter looked at his grandson and said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "There you are." Harry said, "Here I am." They looked at each other. Harold's painted face had the particular quality of a good portrait, not quite alive, but inhabited, carrying the essence of the person it depicted in some way that had more to do with magic than with art. "You read the journal," Harold said. "All of it?" "Twice." Harold nodded slowly. And I think you were the most politically sophisticated person in the wizarding world for 40 years and you deliberately kept it quiet because power that's visible is power that attracts opposition," Harry said. "I think you built alliances that looked like friendships and friendships that were alliances, and I think you understood Dumbledore better than Dumbledore understood you, and I think the satchel was your masterpiece." Harold Potter's painted face broke into a smile that was, in its way, precisely the postscript from the letter, alive and warm and slightly amused and more moved than it was showing. "Your mother used to talk about you," he said. "She'd write to your grandmother, in the year before, she'd say you were going to be something. She could see it even then." His voice changed slightly. "We never got to meet you. That is the great grief of portraits, we know what we lost, and can only imagine what we gained." Harry sat down on the floor, which felt like the right thing to do, because standing in front of a portrait looking up at it felt wrong for this kind of conversation. "I need to know about the war room," he said. "Before I go in, I want to know what I'm walking into from someone who knows." "Your father built it to think," Harold said. "Not to hide, not to plan in the conventional sense, to think. He'd put everything up on the walls, all his research, all his sources, and he'd stand in the middle and look at it until he saw the pattern. He called it his thinking space." A pause. "He found something, Harry. In the last 3 months before he died. He found something about Voldemort that changed how he understood the threat." Another pause. "He didn't have time to act on it, and he didn't have time to tell anyone, and he was careful about it for exactly the reason I taught him to be careful, he knew someone was feeding information out. He wrote it down, sealed it in the war room, and hoped." The portrait's eyes were very steady. "He hoped you'd find it in time." Harry looked at the portrait for a long moment. "In time for what?" "For whatever's coming," Harold said simply. He didn't know the specifics. He knew the shape. "Which is?" Harold looked at him the way people look at you when they've decided you're ready for a thing and are waiting to see if you're right. He believed Voldemort wasn't just trying to win a war, he said. He believed Voldemort was trying to make himself permanent. Not powerful, permanent. Impossible to defeat. And he believed he'd found a way to do it that nobody in the Order had considered, because everyone in the Order was looking at the wrong thing. Harry was very still. What was he looking at? He wrote it down, Harold said. Go and read it. The war room was behind Harold's portrait, exactly as his father's letter had said. Harry said his name to the portrait, Harry James Potter, and the painting swung forward on a hinge concealed in the frame, revealing a door behind it. He looked back down the gallery. Hermione was at the far end, examining a portrait of someone's great-uncle with characteristic thoroughness. Neville was standing in the middle of the corridor looking at a portrait of his grandmother's old school friend who had apparently married into the Potter family in 1952 and seemed delighted to be acknowledged. Ron was leaning against the wall outside the gallery eating an apple he'd brought from breakfast, because Ron always had food somewhere. Harry went into the war room alone. It was a medium-sized room, stone-walled, with no windows, a working space, not a comfort space. The walls were covered floor to ceiling in corkboard, and on the corkboard were pinned papers, photographs, diagrams, strings of red and blue thread connecting points across different documents, notes in handwriting that Harry recognized as his father's, and underneath and around those, in a smaller, more careful hand, notes that he thought were probably his grandfather's. In the center of the room was a writing desk with a chair, and on the desk was a journal, not Harold's, this was a different one, navy blue cover, and beside the journal, a letter. Sealed. With his name on it. He picked up the letter first. Harry, I don't know how much time has passed since the last letter I left you at Gringotts. I'm writing this on the night of October 22nd, 1981. I have a feeling I don't want to examine too closely, and I've decided to write everything down tonight rather than waiting for a better moment, because I have a suspicion that better moments are in shorter supply than I thought. Read the journal first. All of it. The letter will make more sense after. James. He read the journal. It took 3 hours. He sat at the writing desk and read his father's handwriting for 3 hours, and the manor moved around him. He was dimly aware of footsteps on the floors above and below, of voices, of the distant sound of Tonks apparently discovering the kitchen and exclaiming about something, but it didn't touch him because the journal had his complete attention and what was in it was extraordinary. James Potter had, in the last year of his life, independently researched something that the Order of the Phoenix had not researched, that Dumbledore had not researched, that in 15 years of wizarding history had not been formally studied or acknowledged. He'd researched how to make a person impossible to kill. Not in the theoretical, academic sense, in the specific, practical, obsessive sense of someone who had identified that their enemy had found a way to do something and needed to understand how. The journal covered 14 months of research. James had cross-referenced dark magic texts, goblin records, historical accounts of wizards who had survived things they shouldn't have survived, old ministry case files from the 1940s and 1970s about Voldemort's activities during the First War. He'd talked to curse breakers, to ward specialists, to historians. He'd followed a trail that started with a question, why did Voldemort disappear that night in 1945, that had seemed irrelevant, a historical footnote, except that it led somewhere. It led to the concept of a Horcrux. The journal's entry on Horcruxes was clinical and shocked at the same time, the notes of someone who has found an answer and wishes they hadn't. James had written, it's the soul. He split it. That's why he can't be killed, you can kill the body, but the soul survives. If the piece of soul survives anywhere in the world, the consciousness survives, and given enough time and the right conditions it can regenerate a form. He did this deliberately. It's not an accident of the killing curse, it's a constructed system. And then, 2 entries later, in handwriting that was slightly different, faster, more urgent, the question isn't how to kill him. The question is how many, and where. Harry sat with the journal closed in his lap for a long time. Horcruxes. His father had found this. His father had spent 14 months piecing it together and had died 9 days after writing this entry, before he could tell anyone, before he could find the answer to the question he'd posed. How many, and where? He opened the final letter. James had anticipated it. The final letter was 3 pages, dense with information, his best guesses at the number of Horcruxes, the objects he suspected were involved, the locations he'd theorized based on Voldemort's documented movements and the psychological profile he'd built over 14 months of study. His reasoning was careful and specific and built on evidence rather than speculation. The diary, that one he was certain of. A book, he thought, an old one, possibly Slytherin connected. He had a source that placed something in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, an object with powerful protective enchantments that made no sense for its apparent value. He had a suspicion about Hufflepuff's cup, based on a goblin record from 1946. He had a theory about the snake, Nagini, Voldemort's snake, that he couldn't prove but that the magical signature of the creature's behavior in the 1981 report suggested. And he had a note at the bottom of the last page, underlined twice, Dumbledore may know some of this. He is too clever not to have suspected. If he knows, ask him why he hasn't told you. If he doesn't know, tell him. This is more important than anything else in this room. This is the key to ending it. Harry looked at the underlined note for a long time. Then he folded the letter very carefully, put it in the satchel with the others, picked up the Navy journal and added it to the satchel as well, and sat in the center of the war room looking at the walls. His father had pieced it together from scratch in 14 months, with imperfect sources and in the middle of a war, while raising a child and running from Voldemort. He'd gotten the fundamental shape of it right. He'd identified the mechanism. He'd named the objects. He'd even, Harry thought looking at his theories, gotten most of the locations right. His father had been, as Harold had written in his journal, more brilliant than people had given him credit for. Harry sat with that for a while. With the grief of it, not the fresh grief of news, but the deeper, more specific grief of understanding what was lost. Not just a father, but a mind like this. A person who could do this. Who should have been here, who should have been the one to end it, who should have been standing in this room with his son rather than leaving letters in it. He let himself feel it, because Harold's journal had a passage about that too. Do not mistake the suppression of grief for strength. Strength is feeling the weight of a thing and choosing to carry it anyway. He picked up the satchel, stood up, and walked back into the portrait gallery. Hermione was standing at the doorway of the gallery, watching him with the expression of someone who has been waiting without quite being able to stop themselves from worrying. "Are you all right?" she said. "Not entirely," Harry said. "Come with me. I need to tell you something." He told them in the Manor's main sitting room, which had furniture that had been covered in dust sheets for 14 years and which Tonks had uncovered with an efficiency that suggested she'd adopted the place and had opinions about its upkeep. The room smelled of old fabric and stone and the specific quality of the morning light coming through newly opened shutters. Harry told them about the Horcruxes. He told them everything, the journal, the letter, his father's 14 months of research, the objects James had identified, the question that needed answering. He told it in order, without dramatizing it, without softening it, because they needed the information the way he needed it, completely and honestly. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Ron was the first one to speak. "So he can't be killed," he said. "Unless you get rid of the pieces." "The soul pieces," Harry said. "Yes. That's the shape of it." "How many?" Neville asked. His voice was steady, which Harry noted. "My father theorized 6 Horcruxes. Possibly 7, including the one he didn't know about." Harry paused. "I think the one he didn't know about is me." The room went very quiet in a different way. "The killing curse," Hermione said slowly. Her voice was careful but not afraid, she was thinking. "When it hit you and didn't work, it could have fragmented his soul. Without him meaning it to. My mother's sacrifice did something to the curse," Harry said. "Created a protection. But in the moment of the curse failing, if a Horcrux is made by the act of murder, by the soul fracturing under the violence of it, it could have put a piece of him in you, Hermione said. Yes. Luna, who had been sitting in a window seat with her knees pulled up and her expression distant and clear, said, that would explain why you can speak Parseltongue. Everyone looked at her. Parseltongue is a Slytherin trait, Luna said. Not transmitted by, it's not hereditary in the conventional sense. It's a magical affinity. If a piece of Voldemort's soul is in you, you'd have access to his magical affinities. The same way a Horcrux carries the magic of the Maker. She turned her clear eyes to Harry. I've thought it was possible since third year. The snake that attacked Mr. Weasley, you saw it from the snake's perspective. That's not normal. Even for Parseltongue speakers, you see from your own perspective. Ron stared at his sister. That's, Luna, how long have you thought this? Since the Christmas when it happened, Luna said. But it wasn't useful to say it then. It's useful now. Harry looked at her for a moment. You're extraordinary, he said, and meant it simply and completely. Luna smiled. You're brighter than most people think too, she said. They get confused by the scar. Harry turned back to the group. My father said, this is more important than anything else. He said to tell Dumbledore. I think Dumbledore already knows, or suspects. Which means this conversation we haven't had yet, the one he promised me at the start of term about the prophecy, is the same conversation. The prophecy and the Horcruxes, Hermione said. They're connected. The prophecy says I'm the one who has to face him, Harry said. If one of his Horcruxes is in me, if I'm one of the things that needs to be destroyed for him to be mortal, he said it plainly, without loading it, because the only way to hold information like that was to hold it plainly. Then there's a problem with the prophecy's resolution that nobody's solved yet. The room held that. Neville said, quietly, there are 6 of us in this room. Harry looked at him. 6 people who know what you just told us, Neville said. And the war room has your father's research, which is probably more detailed than anything Dumbledore has on this. He met Harry's eyes directly. You said your father asked how many and where. We have his theories on where. We could start answering the where question. We're 15, Ron said. We're students. We're students with a manor full of resources, Neville said, and a vault with more books than the restricted section, and allies in the Wizengamot, and, he looked at Harry. What's the point of claiming all of this if we sit on it? Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, who had spent 4 years apologizing for existing in rooms, who had pulled a sword out of a hat and immediately tried to minimize it, who had spent a summer deciding to stop hiding, and felt something shift. We don't go after them, Harry said. Not yet. We're not ready and the timing is wrong. But we start researching. We use the war room as my father intended, as a thinking space. We map what we know, build on my father's research, identify the gaps. He looked around the room. And then we tell Dumbledore. Not because I need his permission, but because he's useful, and because my father said this information is more important than who controls it. When? Hermione asked. This week, Harry said. I'll write to him tonight. Moody appeared in the doorway, surveying the room with his usual comprehensive suspicion. He looked at Harry, then at the faces of the others, then at Harry again, with his magical eye spinning slowly. Whatever you're planning, he said. I'm not asking. But if you need a ward specialist when the time comes, he left it there, in the particular way of someone who has said the thing without saying the thing. I'll remember that, Harry said. Moody nodded once, and withdrew. Tonks came in behind him carrying a tray of mugs that she'd apparently conjured from somewhere. I found the kitchen, she announced. The enchantments on the stove still work, which is remarkable for 14 years, and I made tea because this room felt like it needed it. She handed mugs out, looked at the group's collective expression, and said, right. Big conversation happened. Fairly big, Harry said. Need more tea? Probably, Ron said. She went back to get more. Harry stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the garden. The Potter crest in stained glass was reflected faintly in the window pane, the stag, the 3 stars, and beyond it the garden stretched in its private autumn, the overgrown hedges and the old stone paths and the copper-colored trees beyond the wall. His father had stood in this house and seen something nobody else had seen. Had figured out the shape of the impossible problem. Had died before he could do anything about it. Harry was not going to die before he did something about it. He turned back to the room. "One more thing," he said. "The manor needs to be operational, not just recalibrated. I want it wardable, flow-connected, usable as a base of operations. Not for the school year, I know we have to be at Hogwarts, but for the gaps. Holidays. Emergencies." He looked at Moody's empty doorway. "Can Moody set the wards today? If you authorize the ward architecture and give him the access parameters." "Yes," Hermione said, already thinking ahead. "The recalibration should be done by now. The house has recognized you. You just need to tell it what you want." "How do I do that?" Luna said, from her window seat, "Just say it. Out loud, in the house. The house magic is listening." Harry looked at her, then at the ceiling, then said, "To the house itself, to the walls and the stone and the layered magic in the foundations, I want this house protected. I want the ward strong enough that nothing comes in uninvited. I want it connected to the flow network, restricted to people I designate. I want it to be what my family built it to be." The warmth moved through the more actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 6. The Order Fractures. The letter to Dumbledore went out Sunday night and the response came Monday morning, delivered not by owl but by fox, which told Harry that whatever Dumbledore felt about what he'd written, it had warranted the Phoenix. He'd kept the letter careful, 4 sentences, precise, no dramatics. "Professor, I've been to the manor and accessed the war room. My father left research that I believe you need to see. It concerns the nature of Voldemort's survival. When can we meet?" He'd signed it with the signet ring pressed into the wax, because that was what the signet was for. Fawkes arrived at breakfast, circled the Gryffindor table once with the casual magnificence of a creature that had never learned to be modest about anything, and deposited Dumbledore's reply in Harry's porridge. Several first years at the far end of the table stared with their mouths open. Ron said, bit dramatic, and helped himself to more toast. The reply said, "Tonight. My office. 8 o'clock. I believe we will both find the conversation necessary." And below the signature, in smaller writing, "I am glad you went. I should have taken you sooner." Harry folded it and put it in his pocket. Across the hall, at the staff table, Umbridge was watching Fawkes depart with the expression of someone who had been handed an administrative problem she couldn't file anywhere. The castle had its own weather in October, drafts through the older corridors, the staircases developing opinions about where people were trying to go, a specific cold that lived in the dungeons and followed potion students back to their dormitories like a habit. Harry moved through it with the particular ease of someone who had stopped waiting for the castle to accommodate him and had started accommodating it instead, learning its rhythms the way you learn the rhythms of a place you intend to inhabit seriously. The DA, they'd settled on the name the previous week, the Dumbledore's army of it arriving as a joke from Ginny Weasley that immediately proved too good not to use, met on Tuesday and Thursday evenings in the Room of Requirement, which manifested each time as a large, high-ceilinged practice space with cushioned floors and wall-mounted mirrors and a cabinet that produced target dummies when asked. The first meeting had been 12 people. The second had been 20. The third, the previous Thursday, had been 31, which meant word had spread faster than Harry had planned for and that they needed to discuss operational security. He raised it at the start of Tuesday's session. The 31 members filled the room's cushioned floor in a rough horseshoe, faces ranging from Ginny Weasley's focused readiness to a second-year named Eleanor Branstone who had apparently heard about the group from her dormitory mate and shown up with an expression of pure determination that Harry had no reasonable basis for refusing. "We have a security problem," Harry said. He didn't preamble it. "We're 31 people who know about this room and what we're doing in it. That's 31 people who could, accidentally or otherwise, mention this to someone who would tell Umbridge. I'm not saying anyone here is untrustworthy. I'm saying 31 is a lot of people to keep a secret. What do you suggest? Cho Chang asked. She'd joined in the second week, quiet and serious and clearly working through something that had nothing to do with Harry personally and everything to do with having watched Cedric Diggory walk into the Triwizard Maze. A record of who's here, Harry said. Not for control, for accountability. If the group is compromised, I want to know the source. An award on whatever we sign. Hermione. Hermione produced a scroll that she'd prepared. She'd been preparing it since Sunday, he suspected, because Hermione responded to operational problems by solving them before she was asked. It's a tongue-tying jinx connected to the parchment, she said. Anyone who signs it and then intentionally reveals information about the group to someone hostile to it, specifically to Umbridge or Ministry officials, will be unable to speak clearly. It won't prevent accidental disclosure. But it handles deliberate betrayal. The room processed this. Zacharias Smith, who had been expressing low-level skepticism at every meeting, said, and who decides what counts as hostile disclosure? The enchantment does, Hermione said. It's keyed to intent. If you're reporting to Umbridge, you know you're reporting to Umbridge. Works for me, Fred Weasley said, and signed it without reading it, which was the most Fred thing that had ever happened. George signed immediately after, and then Ginny, and then the rest of the group, and Smith signed at last with the particular reluctance of someone who was more worried about what it said about his character than about the enchantment itself. Harry signed it too. He hadn't planned to, but it seemed right. You didn't ask people to be accountable to something you weren't accountable to yourself. Right, he said, rolling the scroll up. Defense. Tonight we're doing shield charms properly. Not the textbook version, the actual combat version, which is different. The textbook shield is designed to deflect. The combat shield is designed to absorb and redirect. He paused. Hermione, do you want to demonstrate the difference? She did, with the crisp efficiency of someone who had been reading about shield charms all weekend and was ready to be theatrical about it. The dummy at the far end of the room fired a standard hex. Her textbook shield deflected it sideways into the wall. She dropped it and raised a combat shield, the hex hit it and scattered in 4 directions simultaneously, spent and harmless. The second one requires more intent and less wand movement, Harry said. It's harder at first and faster in practice. Partner up. If you hit your partner with a rebounding hex, it means your partner's shield worked. The room filled with noise. Harry moved through it, correcting grips, adjusting stances, occasionally demonstrating when words weren't doing the work. He caught Neville getting the wand movement wrong 3 times in a row, the same small error, a wrist drop at the finish, and stopped beside him. Hold it flat, Harry said. At the apex. Don't let the wrist drop. Neville tried it. The shield came up and the hex from his partner scattered in a clean star pattern. There, Harry said. Neville looked at his own hand with the expression of someone making a mental note that would stick. I've been doing that wrong for 4 years, he said. Now you haven't, Harry said, and moved on. Near the end of the session he paired with Ginny, who was the best in the room after himself and Hermione, not because she'd studied harder than everyone else but because she had quick instincts and a competitive spirit that she'd apparently inherited from both Weasley parents in concentrated form. She got the combat shield on her second attempt and then spent the remaining time trying variations, pushing the charm further than the exercise required, which Harry appreciated. You should be teaching the Patronus next, she said, dropping a very competent shield charm with the ease of something mastered. People should know it. Patronus is advanced, Harry said. Most of them aren't, they could be, Ginny said, simply. If you teach them the way you've been teaching everything else. She met his eyes with the directness she'd been developing since second year, since the chamber, since whatever that experience had done to her understanding of what real danger was. Don't underestimate people who want to learn, Harry. They can surprise you. He looked at her. Next session, he said. She nodded, satisfied. Dumbledore's office at 8 o'clock was its familiar eccentric self, the silver instruments, the portraits of headmasters pretending to sleep while clearly listening, Fawkes on his perch doing the Phoenix equivalent of minding his own business. Harry sat in the chair across from the great desk and Dumbledore sat behind it, and they looked at each other with the directness that had characterized their dynamic since July. Harry opened the satchel and put the Navy Journal on the desk. Dumbledore looked at it. "James's War Room Journal," he said. "You knew it existed," Harry said. "I suspected. I never asked directly." He paused. "I didn't ask because I thought I knew broadly what it contained and didn't want to take it from him before he'd made his own peace with what he'd found." A silence. "And then it was too late to ask." "He found the Horcruxes," Harry said. Dumbledore was very still. "Yes," he said. "I believe he did. You know too." "I have theorized," Dumbledore said. "For some years. My evidence is incomplete. I have the theory and I have fragments, but I have not managed to confirm the number or all the locations." He looked at the journal. "May I?" Harry pushed it across the desk. Dumbledore opened it and read in the specific way of someone reading something they've been waiting for and dreading in equal measure. Harry watched his face while he read. It was one of the most informative faces Harry had ever watched, capable of enormous expression and enormous concealment in the same moment, and right now it was doing both, and what showed through the concealment was something that was recognizably grief. When he finished he sat for a moment with his hands flat on the journal. "Your father was remarkable," he said, quietly. "This is more complete than anything I have assembled." He met Harry's eyes. "And he theorized the same number I have reached through a different path. 6 Horcruxes. 7 objects," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "He's in me," Harry said. Not a question. Not a dramatic revelation. Just a fact being put on the table. The night the curse rebounded. A fragment of soul, unintended, embedded in me. I'm one of them. The silence in Dumbledore's office was complete. The sleeping headmasters were very still in their frames. Fawkes made a small, quiet sound. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that, for perhaps the first time in Harry's experience, contained something very like an inability to find the right words. "I have suspected this," Dumbledore said finally, and the fact that he was admitting it without managing it, without working toward it slowly, without cushioning it in a dozen qualifications, told Harry something important about how the relationship between them had shifted. "Since the second year, when I understood what your connection to Voldemort represented. I have not been able to," he stopped. Started again. "I have not known how to tell you this, Harry. Because if I'm a Horcrux, then destroying him it may require your death," Dumbledore said. He said it plainly, which was the right way to say it and also the hardest. "I do not believe it is certain. I do not know the mechanism well enough to be certain. But I could not in good conscience tell you that the risk does not exist." "Is that why you kept it from me?" Dumbledore was quiet. "Partly. And partly because I hope to find the answer first. To find the path through it that doesn't require that sacrifice, before you knew there might need to be one." He looked at Harry with something unguarded in his face. "I wanted to protect you from it." "You were protecting me from information I needed," Harry said. "There's a difference." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "There is. And I was wrong." They sat with that. Harry let it sit without resolving it, because it didn't resolve, it was just true, and the best thing to do with certain truths was acknowledge them and move. "Here's what I think," Harry said. "My father's theory is good, but it's 14 years old and based on incomplete sources. Some of his location theories are solid, the diary, which was destroyed, so that's one down." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The diary was a Horcrux?" "Yes. My father was certain. Ginny Weasley's second year, the chamber, the piece of Voldemort that animated the diary. That's one destroyed." Harry was thinking through it as he talked, organizing. His theory on the Lestrange vault, something in there, heavily warded for its apparent value. Hufflepuff's cup is his best guess for the object. He paused. He had a theory about a ring. Gaunt family heirloom. Something changed in Dumbledore's expression. A shift of weight. The Gaunt ring, he said. You've seen it. I know where it is. He paused. I had planned, in the spring, perhaps, to retrieve it. It is heavily cursed. I was waiting until I had identified its defensive enchantments. A pause. Your father's research on the curse. Harry flipped the journal to the relevant passage. Dumbledore read it. He identified the counter-curse, Dumbledore said, very quietly. He found it. Something in his face that was too layered to read simply. He was going to go after it. He didn't have time, Harry said. Dumbledore closed the journal and sat back and looked at Harry with an expression of total honesty that was slightly uncomfortable to receive, because it contained in it the acknowledgement of everything that had been withheld and everything that had been lost because of the withholding. What do you want to do? He asked. Not what I think should be done. What do you want? I want to find them, Harry said. The remaining Horcruxes. Systematically, with your help and with information from the war room. I want to start with the ring, because my father cracked the curse and we have the solution. Then the Lestrange vault, that one is more complicated, it'll need Gringotts' cooperation, and I think Ragnok will help. He paused. And I want the truth about the me problem. What you know, what you're theorizing, everything. I'm not going to sit here and wait for you to find a convenient path through it. We work on it together. Agreed, Dumbledore said, without hesitation. And I want Sirius involved. Sirius, he's my godfather and he's been effectively imprisoned for 3 years, between Azkaban and Grimmauld Place, and he knew my father better than anyone. He has knowledge and resources and he deserves to be part of this. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze steadily. I'm not asking. A pause. Sirius's involvement creates risk. His exclusion creates waste, Harry said. Which is worse? Dumbledore was quiet. And then he said, I will find a way to involve him safely. That is a promise. Harry nodded. Then we have a plan. They talked for another hour, going through James's research section by section, Dumbledore adding his own observations, Harry asking questions and filing the answers. By 9 o'clock they had the outline of something coherent. Not a plan in the complete sense, but a structure. An order of operations. A shared information framework. It was, Harry thought, what the entire summer's work had been building toward. Not a confrontation with Dumbledore. A partnership with him, on terms that were honest on both sides. When he got up to leave, Dumbledore said, Harry. He waited until Harry turned. I have made mistakes. In your management of affairs, in my decisions about what to tell you and when. I want you to know that I am aware of this, not as an abstract acknowledgement but as a specific reckoning. He paused. You came into this situation better prepared than I gave you credit for. You handled Gringotts, the alliance system, your political positioning, you handled it all with a sophistication that I did not anticipate. A pause that contained quite a lot in it. I am very glad you're on our side. I'm on my side, Harry said, not unkindly. Fortunately our sides overlap considerably. Dumbledore smiled, and it was a real one. Your grandfather used to say something almost identical. I got a lot from him, Harry said, and left. The problem with having a productive Monday and a productive Tuesday was that Wednesday arrived with Dolores Umbridge in it. She had revised her approach to Harry, as he'd anticipated. The new approach was not direct confrontation, she'd assessed that as counterproductive after the blood quill incident, but rather a comprehensive institutional squeeze. Educational Decree No. 24 had appeared on the notice boards that morning. Student organizations of any kind, clubs, societies, or groups required ministry approval. Can she do that? Ron asked, staring at the notice. Technically, Hermione said. The decree is legally valid. The question is whether the DA falls under the definition of a student organization. How does it not fall under that definition? Because we're not a club, Harry said. We're a study group. Specifically, we're a study group engaged in examination preparation for our OWLs, which is explicitly protected under the student charter. He looked at Hermione. That's the argument, right? Supported by 3 precedents, Hermione said. I checked this morning. One from 1832, one from 1951, and one from 1978. The OWL preparation protection is absolute. The ministry can't override it because it predates the current ministry structure by 2 centuries. So she can announce the decree all she wants, Harry said, and it doesn't affect us because we're technically doing something she can't touch. She'll work out another angle, Hermione said. She always does. Let her work, Harry said. We'll stay ahead of it. The angle arrived Thursday, in the form of a conversation Harry hadn't planned and couldn't have anticipated. He was coming out of the library after a free period when Draco Malfoy fell into step beside him, which was so unprecedented that Harry's hand went to his wand before his brain caught up with his instincts. Relax, Malfoy said, in a tone that was, not friendly, that was too far, but different from the usual. More precise. Less performative. I want to talk to you. Historically, our conversations don't go well, Harry said. Historically, they've been about things that don't matter, Malfoy said. This is about something that does. He glanced at Harry's hand. The ring. Walk with me. Harry waited for exactly 3 seconds. Malfoy was an unknown quantity, yes. He was also the son of a Death Eater and the product of a worldview Harry found repugnant. He was also, Harry had always known somewhere beneath the antagonism, not an idiot. 2 minutes, Harry said. Talk. They walked. Malfoy kept his hands visible and his voice low, which Harry read as someone who had thought about how this conversation needed to go. My father wrote to me last week, Malfoy said. He's involved in things I think you're already aware of. He serves, he didn't say the name, but the noun hung in the air. What I want to say is this, I know what's coming. I know the shape of it. And I know that when it gets here, there are only 2 places to be, and one of them is very bad. He looked sideways at Harry. Umbridge is reporting your activities to my father. Not just to the ministry, to him specifically. She thinks she's serving the ministry but she's serving 2 masters and only one of them is who she thinks. Harry was very still. Your father is getting Umbridge reports. He's been getting them since she arrived. Malfoy's voice was flat. He knows about the ring. He knows you claimed the estate. He knows about the alliance activations. A pause. He doesn't know about the war room. That part, apparently, she doesn't know about yet. Why are you telling me this? Malfoy was quiet for 3 steps. Because I'm not my father, he said, and it was the most honest thing Harry had ever heard him say, and it clearly cost something to say it. And because when this goes the way it's going to go, I need there to be a record of the fact that I told you when I could have not. He met Harry's eyes briefly. That's all. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not switching sides. I'm drawing a line, for myself. Whatever that's worth. It's worth something, Harry said honestly. Malfoy nodded once, curtly, and turned at the next corridor junction and walked away without looking back. Harry stood in the empty corridor for a moment, processing. Umbridge was feeding information to Lucius Malfoy. Which meant she was feeding it to Voldemort. That changed the operational calculus considerably. He told Hermione and Ron that evening, and then Neville, and then wrote a brief coded note to Sirius and a direct note to Dumbledore. Umbridge is reporting to Lucius Malfoy. Information from a source I trust more than I expected to. The DA's location appears to not be compromised yet but the ring, the estate, and the alliances are known. He sent it with the signet pressed into the wax, and Fawkes, who had apparently developed a habit of being available when Harry needed a fast owl, arrived within the hour. The response from Dumbledore came through McGonagall at breakfast the next morning, delivered by hand with the particular discretion of someone who had been involved in underground information management before and found it came back naturally. Understood. Address the operational security. Umbridge's ministry access will be complicated. Give me 48 hours. What does that mean? Ron asked, reading over Harry's shoulder. I think it means Dumbledore is about to do something political that makes Umbridge's position harder to maintain, Hermione said. What can he do? She has ministry backing. She has Fudge's backing, Harry said. Fudge doesn't have the Wizengamot anymore. Not a majority. He folded the note. The proxy votes. Hermione's eyes went wide. He's going to use them. He's going to use them, Harry confirmed. Or he's going to facilitate using them, since they're mine and I need to formally cast them. He looked at his ring. I need to talk to Amelia Bones. The meeting with Amelia Bones happened the following Saturday, in McGonagall's office rather than anywhere near the ministry, because Harry had been specific about terms and Amelia Bones had accepted them without objection, which told him something important about her. She was a square-built woman with a monocle and the particular bearing of someone who had spent 30 years in law enforcement and had stopped being impressed by things that were supposed to be impressive. She looked at Harry with the direct assessment of a professional evaluating a potential asset, which Harry found considerably more comfortable than the alternatives. Lord Potter, she said, and sat down. Your grandfather and I worked together on the Statute of Secrecy revision of 1961. He was the most difficult ally I ever had, always right and always knew it. I've heard that about him, Harry said. Good. Then you know what I'm expecting. She put a folder on the table. Fudge has been consolidating his Wizengamot majority since June. He's done it through a combination of appointment manipulation and what amounts to soft coercion of undecided members. His current majority is 17 votes. Minimum to pass contested legislation is 22. If Fudge's majority drops below 17, he can't govern effectively and he knows it. She looked at Harry. The Potter proxy is 3 votes. The Longbottom proxy, if the young Mr. Longbottom is prepared to formally activate it, is 3 votes. That's 6 votes against Fudge's margin. That gets his margin to 11, Harry said. Not enough to lose a vote, but enough to make every vote uncomfortable. And enough, Amelia said, to formally introduce a motion for an independent Wizengamot inquiry into the events of June last year. Specifically, the death of Cedric Diggory, the circumstances of the Triwizard Tournament's conclusion, and the events you reported at the graveyard. She looked at him steadily. I don't have the votes to pass the motion over Fudge's majority. But I have enough to force the debate. A public debate, in the Wizengamot, on the record. Which puts Fudge on the record denying it, Harry said. In writing, formally, with the weight of Wizengamot procedure behind it. Exactly. And when Voldemort makes his next move, when the evidence becomes undeniable, he's on record as having formally denied it. That's not a recoverable position politically. Harry thought about it for a moment, turning it over. What do you need from me specifically? A formal declaration of proxy votes, she said. Signed with the signet, registered through Gringotts, delivered to the Wizengamot clerk before the next full session, which is the 15th of November. She paused. I also need you to appear. At the Wizengamot? You have the right to attend any session in which your proxy votes are being cast. As Lord Potter, you can sit in the observation gallery with speaking rights. She held his gaze. Your presence, at 15, in that chamber, exercising rights that have been dormant for 30 years, that is itself a statement. Before you say a word, that's a statement. Harry thought about his grandfather, and the 3 ministry officials who'd been made uncomfortable just by the sight of the ring. He thought about Umbridge, calibrating her approach because he wasn't what the briefings had described. He thought about Fudge, who'd spent a year dismissing Harry as an unstable teenager with delusions, and what it would mean for that narrative when the teenager walked into the Wizengamot and cast 3 proxy votes. "The 15th of November, Harry said. "Can you be there?" "Yes," Harry said. Amelia Bones nodded with the contained satisfaction of someone who has been working towards something for a while and has just seen the last piece click into position. "Your grandfather," she said, "would have been very proud." "I've been hearing that a lot," Harry said. "Perhaps because it's very true," she said. The fallout from Umbridge's reporting reached them on Monday in the form of Educational Decree No. 27, expanded search authority for staff members with inquisitorial authority. She could now search students' belongings, common rooms, and personal spaces for evidence of unauthorized activities. She searched the Gryffindor common room on Monday evening while most students were at dinner, which Harry knew about because he'd put a ward alert on the portrait of the fat lady to warn him if anyone attempted to enter the common room during meal times. The ward pinged him at 7:15 and he'd been ready. She found nothing in the common room. He'd moved everything relevant, the DA list, the satchel, the vault books, his notes, to the room of requirement 3 days earlier, when Malfoy had told him about the reporting. Everything that remained in Gryffindor Tower was normal student material, textbooks, homework, personal letters that were personal in the actual sense and contained nothing actionable. She searched Harry's dorm room herself, apparently, because when he came back from dinner his trunk showed the signs of a thorough search, not because she'd been careless, but because Hermione had set a detection charm that logged any access to Harry's personal space. His belongings were exactly as he'd left them. His invisibility cloak was with him, as it always was. The satchel was in the room of requirement. He found the note she'd left on his pillow. It was handwritten on pink notepaper with a small flower in the corner. It read, "Mr. Potter, I hope you will reflect on the importance of transparency in our community. I am here to help. Professor Umbridge." Harry read it, set it on his desk, and started his transfiguration homework. Tuesday she called him into her office between classes, under the guise of a welfare check, which was a new administrative mechanism she'd apparently invented that morning and which had no clear precedent in Hogwarts governance. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," she said, sweetly. He sat. He looked at the kitten plates. He waited. "I'm concerned about you," she said. "The start of term has been complicated. Your behavior in class, the detention, the reports I'm receiving about your influence on other students." She smiled. "I want to make sure you're all right." "I'm fine," Harry said. "Thank you for asking. You've been spending considerable time, I imagine, processing the events of last year." "The alleged events," she added, with the precision of a surgeon. "I know what happened at the graveyard," Harry said. "I was there. I don't need to process it because it wasn't complicated, it was clear and direct. The complication is other people's relationship to it, which I can't do anything about." She looked at him with the eyes that were always calculating behind the smile. "You've been meeting with Dumbledore privately." "I have." "May I ask the nature of those meetings?" "Guidance from my headmaster," Harry said pleasantly. "Is that unusual?" "The frequency is between me and my headmaster," Harry said. "As a student at Hogwarts I have the right to private meetings with the headmaster and those meetings are not subject to inquisitorial review under the Student Charter Article 14. He looked at her. I checked. The smile didn't change. Nothing in her face changed. But something underneath it shifted, and Harry, who had been watching her carefully for weeks, caught it. She was reassessing him again. Recalibrating. This was the third recalibration since term started, and each time she came back with a more sophisticated approach, which was the mark of a genuinely intelligent operator. "Professor Umbridge," he said. "I want to say something, and I'd like you to hear it plainly." He waited until she nodded. "I know about the reports to Lucius Malfoy." The smile stayed. Everything stayed. But her hands, folded on the desk, went very slightly still. I don't know who told you what or what you believe Malfoy represents to you, Harry said. But I want you to understand that whatever role you think you're playing in this, whatever you believe your service to the Ministry means in the context of what's actually coming, I'd strongly suggest you reconsider who you're serving. He stood. That's all. I have herbology. Mr. Potter, good afternoon, Professor, he said, and left. In the corridor he walked quickly, heart moving faster than his face had shown, because that had been a calculated risk and he needed to know within the next 24 hours whether it had worked the way he'd intended. Either she'd be rattled enough to make a mistake, or she'd be rattled enough to escalate, and he'd know which within the day. Neville was waiting at the end of the corridor. How did it go? Neville asked. We'll see, Harry said. She's smart and I told her something she didn't want to hear. Smart people either get careful or they get aggressive when that happens. Which are you hoping for? Harry thought about it. Either one, he said. I've prepared for both. She got aggressive. By Friday she had filed, through the Board of Governors, a formal complaint against Harry's conduct, citing the classroom behavior, the unsanctioned meetings, and, most specifically, using the language activities unbecoming of a student that constitute a challenge to ministry authority. The complaint was addressed to the Board of Governors, which had oversight of Hogwarts, and carried her signature as High Inquisitor with the weight of Fudge's office behind it. Harry read the copy that was delivered to him. He had a right to see it under the charter, which she apparently hadn't known, in the common room on Friday evening, with Ron and Hermione and Neville arranged around him in the chairs by the fire. He read it twice. Then he looked up. She made a procedural error, Hermione said immediately, having already read it over his shoulder. She filed with the Board of Governors without first going through the Hogwarts disciplinary process. The charter requires 3 steps before board intervention: teacher warning, head of house review, headmaster adjudication. She skipped all 3. Which means the complaint is technically invalid, Hermione said. It was filed incorrectly. The board can reject it on procedural grounds without ever reviewing the substance. But she'll refile correctly, Harry said. Yes. It buys time. Harry looked at the complaint. At the language challenge to ministry authority. She doesn't know about the Wizengamot appearance, he said. If she did, this language would be different. She will know, Ron said. When it happens. By then it will already have happened, Harry said. He put the complaint on the table, reached into his bag, pulled out a fresh piece of parchment, and wrote 2 things. One was a note to McGonagall informing her of the procedural error and formally requesting head of house review as the correct second step in the disciplinary process, which both protected him and forced the process to slow down and go through proper channels. The other was a note to Amelia Bones confirming his attendance at the Wizengamot session on the 15th and asking for the formal declaration of proxy votes to be prepared for his signature. He sealed both with the signet ring. Sent them with 2 different owls from the Ollery. Then he went to bed, because tomorrow was Saturday and there was a DA session in the morning, and he promised Ginny they'd work on patron uses. He fell asleep easily, which surprised him slightly. There was a great deal happening simultaneously and the weight of it was real: the Horcruxes, the Wizengamot, Umbridge's escalation, the political machinery turning on multiple levels at once, and he'd half expected the weight to follow him into sleep. But he'd learned something over the summer, reading his grandfather's journal: the weight didn't go away when you ignored it. But it became manageable when you'd done everything you could do with the day you had, and then let the day be done. Harold Potter had written, "A man who cannot sleep is a man who doesn't trust his own preparations." His preparations were good. He trusted them. He slept. Outside, in the dark of the Scottish hills, in offices and manors and ministry corridors, the machinery of a war that hadn't declared itself yet kept turning. And in a pink office on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, a woman in pink robes sat at her desk and wrote a letter to Lucius Malfoy with the calm efficiency of someone who had escalated their approach and was confident in the result. She was not wrong to be confident. She was just wrong about which direction the result was going to go. Chapter 7. The Alliance November arrived in Scotland the way it always did, not gradually but all at once, as though the weather had been building a case and finally presented it on the first of the month. The hills went grey. The lake went the color of old pewter. The corridors of Hogwarts developed the particular cold that drove students into the common rooms earlier each evening, gathering around fires with homework and hot chocolate, and the specific low-grade anxiety of people who were beginning to understand that their OWL year was not a thing that was going to be kind about effort. Harry woke on the 2nd of November to 3 letters, a package, and the distant sound of something that might have been thunder or might have been Peeves doing something structural to the 4th floor. The first letter was from Sirius, written in the cramped, slightly sideways handwriting that meant he'd written it fast and at an angle that suggested he wasn't at a desk. The people I talked to are ready. When you want the meeting, say the word. Amelia's prepared her people. The Shacklebolts have confirmed 3 names from the younger Wizengamot block, Clearwater, Higgs, and a woman named Adelaide Folly who's been quietly furious with Fudge since January. They'll vote with you on the inquiry motion. That's 3 more for the debate, on top of your proxy 6. Fudge's margin is getting uncomfortable. S.P.S. The dog is going stir-crazy, but the dog understands why. The dog has been reading your grandfather's journal from memory. The dog has opinions. The second letter was from Augusta Longbottom, written in the kind of handwriting that had been beautiful 50 years ago and was now formidably precise. She wrote, been in contact with 3 additional families, the Abbotts, the Macmillans, and the Pruitts, who were the Weasley family's maternal line, who had expressed support for the inquiry motion and were prepared to make that support visible through attendance at the November session. She did not call them allies. She called them people of conscience who have been waiting for a credible vehicle. She said the word credible in a way that clearly referred to Harry without stating it, which was Harold Potter's political style applied by someone who'd learned it from watching him for 40 years. The third letter was from Ragnok at Gringotts, formal and brief. The Longbottom proxy vote documentation had been received and processed. The Potter proxy declaration had been registered. The formal notification to the Wizengamot clerk had been delivered by Gringotts courier, which was a more legally binding delivery method than owl post, a fact Harry had learned from Chapter 11 of the Rights and Responsibilities book and had specifically requested. It was done. The votes were on record. Fudge's office would have been notified by Monday at the latest. The package was from the Manor. He'd asked Moody, who had apparently adopted the place with the enthusiasm of someone who finally had a ward system worthy of his attention, to send whatever was on the 3rd shelf of the war room, his father's research notes on the Gaunt Ring's curse. He'd been waiting for them for 2 weeks while Moody finished securing the East Wing. He opened the package, looked at the top page of the research notes, James Potter's handwriting, dense with runic analysis and cross-references, and put the package in the satchel for proper reading later. Hermione appeared at the end of his bed, which was alarming, and then he realized she'd been there for 30 seconds while he'd been reading letters. "Good morning," she said. "We need to talk about today." "The DA session is at 10, Harry said. "Before the DA session," she said. "Something happened last night." What had happened was Zacharias Smith. He hadn't betrayed the group, the tongue-tying Jinx had held, and he hadn't gone to Umbridge. What he'd done was considerably more annoying. He'd written to his father, who was not ministry-aligned and not hostile to Harry specifically, but who was the kind of concerned parent who responded to letters about secret defensive magic training by writing back with 17 questions about liability and who was in charge and what precisely the legal basis was for the whole operation. Smith's father, apparently, had then mentioned it to a colleague at the ministry who was not Fudge's man but was a gossip, and the gossip had mentioned it to someone else, and by this morning it had reached Umbridge through a chain of people none of whom had intended to tell her anything useful. "She knows the group exists," Hermione said. "She doesn't know what it's called, where we meet, or who exactly is in it." The Jinx prevented Smith from giving her specifics, but she knows there's a student defensive magic group operating independently of her curriculum. "Which she already suspected," Harry said. "Which she now has enough to act on," Hermione said. "She'll file a new educational decree by Monday if she hasn't already." Harry looked at the ceiling. She can't prove we're violating Decree 24 if we're an OWL study group. She'll find another angle, Hermione said. She always does, you said so yourself. Then we need today's session to be excellent, Harry said, because it may be one of the last ones before she figures out the room of requirement. He paused. How long can she look for the room before she finds it? Hermione thought about it. The room doesn't appear to people who are specifically looking for it in an abstract sense, she said. You have to need it for a specific purpose. She can't stumble into it and she can't search for it directly. But if she ever needs to hide something, or if she walks past the wall in the right state of mind, then she finds it by accident, Harry said. Yes. Okay, Harry said, and got dressed. Let's make today count. The DA session at 10 had 34 people in it, which was the largest they'd had, and Harry stood at the front of the room and looked at 34 faces and made a decision. We're doing patron uses today, he said. The room's energy shifted in the specific way that energy shifts when something is announced that is simultaneously exciting and terrifying. The Patronus charm is NEWT level magic, Harry said. That means most of you won't be expected to produce a full corporeal one. But the incomplete Patronus, the silver mist version, is achievable for most people with practice, and it still works against Dementors, which are currently at the Ministry's disposal. That's not theoretical. The Ministry deployed them on a British citizen this past summer. They can deploy them again. He paused. The happy memory is the foundation. Find a real one, not something comfortable, something that made you genuinely, specifically happy. Concrete. Detailed. The more specific the better. He drew his wand. I'll demonstrate. Watch the technique, not the result. He thought of the griffin's tail, the back room with the blue door, Sirius's face when he'd opened it. Not a grand memory, a small one. Just a man and his godfather and 4 hours of honesty and the specific feeling of not being alone in something anymore. Expecto Patronum. The stag came out silver and complete and moved across the practice room in 3 strides, and 34 people watched it with an almost unified intake of breath. Harry let it run once around the room and then drew it back. Right, he said. Pair up. Find your memory. Don't rush it. The charm is 3 parts, the memory, the intention, and the movement. Get the memory solid first. He looked around. Neville, you're with me. Neville looked simultaneously honored and nervous, which was his baseline for anything challenging. They moved to the far side of the room. What's your memory? Harry asked, keeping it quiet between them. Neville thought. Really thought, not the grabbing at anything thinking of someone filling a form but the actual reaching of someone going somewhere in their mind. Gran took me to the botanical gardens in Edinburgh, he said slowly. I was 8. She was furious at someone, I don't remember who, and she dragged me along because she needed to go somewhere beautiful and calm down. She forgot to be furious. She let me lead because I knew all the plants and she wanted me to show her. He paused. She said I was better at it than any adult she'd ever taken there. Use that, Harry said. Neville held his wand, eyes closed for a moment, and then said, with the deliberateness of someone putting the full weight of himself into the word, expecto patronum. A gust of silver poured from his wand, not a mist, not quite a shape, but not nothing either. It moved. It had direction and intention. It caught itself almost into a form before dissipating. Neville looked at his wand. That's the closest I've ever gotten. Try again, Harry said. Same memory, more of it. The smell of the place. What her face looked like when she said it. Neville tried again. On his 4th attempt, a shape coalesced, large, low to the ground, determined looking. It made 3 steps before dissolving. What was that? Harry asked. I don't know, Neville said, staring at where it had been. It was something, Harry said. Keep going. It'll tell you what it is. He moved through the room, checking in with each pair. Ginny produced a silver horse on her second try, which surprised no one who'd watched her progress through the year. Luna produced something strange and graceful that moved in a way that didn't seem to be constrained by gravity, which also surprised no one. Ron produced a swirling mist that was clearly trying to be something. He couldn't quite nail the memory, kept changing it, which Harry told him was the problem. Pick one and stay with it. Cho produced nothing on her first 4 attempts, and then, on the 5th, a small silver swan that lasted long enough to cross the room before fading. She looked at it with an expression that was half grief and half something else, something that was finding its footing. "Well done," Harry said. "Cedric taught me the memory part," she said quietly. "He said the secret was specificity." "He was right," Harry said. She nodded once, steady, and tried again. By the end of the session, 21 of the 34 members had produced some form of Patronus, not all of them complete, not all of them stable, but present. Real. Harry stood at the front of the room and looked at what he'd done over 7 weeks with 34 people who'd shown up because they were scared and because they'd decided to do something about it, and felt the particular quiet satisfaction of something working the way it was supposed to. "Same time Thursday," he said. "Work on the memories between now and then. Patron uses are about repetition. The more you practice finding the memory, the easier it gets." He paused. "One more thing. Things are moving outside of this room. The Wizengamot, the political situation, Umbridge's investigation of this group. I want everyone here to know that I'm aware of the pressure and I'm managing it. I'm not going to let this group be shut down. But I wanted you to know it's real, not pretend it isn't." The room was very quiet. "You've been honest with us since the beginning," Ginny said, from the 3rd row. "That's why people keep showing up." She said it simply and moved toward the exit, and the rest of the group followed, and Harry stood in the room of requirement as it slowly reduced itself back to an empty corridor and thought, yes. That's exactly it. The Hogsmeade weekend before the Wizengamot session was the 9th of November, and Harry used it. He arranged it through Sirius, who arranged it through the Griffin's Tail, who apparently had a larger back room than Harry had seen on his first visit, a room that could seat 12, which was exactly what they needed. The people around the table, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Sirius, who'd come as Padfoot and transformed in the back garden, Augusta Longbottom, who had swept in wearing traveling robes and a hat with a stuffed vulture that was, somehow, entirely appropriate, Amelia Bones, precise and unimpressed by the informal setting, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, whom Harry had not met before and who was large and calm and spoke in the measured cadence of someone who chose every word deliberately. Rosie Fairweather provided tea and a plate of sandwiches and then disappeared with the tact of someone who had been hosting sensitive conversations for 40 years and knew when to be absent. Ron was in Hogsmeade with Hermione's cover story, which was that they'd all gone to Honeydukes. This was partially true. Harry sat at the head of the table. He hadn't planned to, it had just happened, the seating had organized itself that way naturally, and nobody had objected. Augusta Longbottom looked at Neville with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, pride, maybe, wearing its formal clothes. Neville met it with the straightness that had been developing in him since September, the spine that had been growing like something planted finally getting enough light. "Right," Harry said. 15th of November. "Here's what I know, here's what I need, here's what I'm proposing." He laid it out. The proxy votes, his and Neville's, 7 total including the Love-Good alignment, which Luna's father had formally processed through Gringotts the previous week after a letter from Luna that had apparently been 3 sentences long and completely decisive. The additional votes from Clearwater, Higgs, and Folly that Sirius had secured. The presence of the Abbott, Macmillan, and Pruitt representatives that Augusta had arranged. The inquiry motion that Amelia had prepared. When he finished, Kingsley said, "That's 22 votes in favor of opening debate." Minimum to pass, Amelia confirmed. Not minimum to win the vote on the motion itself, that requires 30. We don't have 30. But we have enough to force the debate, put everyone on the record, and make Fudge defend his position in public. Which he cannot do coherently, Augusta said, with the satisfaction of someone who has watched politicians dig their own graves before. A man who has spent 6 months insisting there is no evidence of Voldemort's return cannot explain that position intelligently in a formal proceeding. He'll bluster and make accusations and look precisely as small as he is. The risk, Kingsley said, calmly, is that Fudge sees it coming and uses the time between now and the 15th to apply pressure to our weaker votes. Clearwater in particular has family in a ministry department that Fudge controls. If he threatens the department, he won't have time, Amelia said. He won't know about Clearwater's commitment until the session begins. Clearwater's made her decision privately and she's not the type to telegraph it. She looked around the table. What we need to discuss is the session itself. Harry, your appearance is the statement. Everything else is procedural. You need to be there, in that gallery, visible. You're 15. You're claiming the rights of an adult lord of an ancient house. You don't have to say anything, your presence says it. I'm planning to say something, Harry said. Everyone at the table looked at him. The observation gallery has speaking rights, Harry said. I'm going to use them. Amelia said so herself, I have the right. I want to address the session. Amelia looked at him steadily. What will you say? The truth, Harry said. What happened at the graveyard? What Cedric Diggory saw before he died? What I saw. I've been saying it since June and the ministry has been calling me a liar. I'm going to say it again, in the Wizengamot, on the record, with the formal authority of Lord Potter behind it. Fudge can't call me an unstable teenager in that chamber, not while I'm sitting in the Lord's gallery exercising a 3-vote proxy. Sirius, who had been serious since transforming in the back garden, looked at him with the bright-eyed alertness of someone watching something they'd hoped for come into focus. The prepared statement approach, Augusta said. Not a speech. A formal address. Concise, specific, legally structured. She looked at Hermione without asking whether Hermione could do this. Hermione had already taken out parchment. I'll draft it tonight, she said. You read it tomorrow and change whatever doesn't sound like you. Thank you, Harry said. One more consideration, Kingsley said. Security. Your attendance at the Wizengamot will be public knowledge once you enter the building. That means Voldemort will know. That means you'll be vulnerable in transit. I'll provide the escort, Amelia said immediately. DMLE, my people specifically. No Ministry General staff. I'll come, Sirius said. Amelia gave him the look of someone dealing with a known variable. Not inside the building. But close. Absolutely not, Amelia said. Then I'll be an extremely large dog in the surrounding streets, Sirius said pleasantly. Who's going to stop a stray? Amelia looked at him. Then at Harry. The dog is his own problem, Harry said. Augusta Longbottom produced a sound that might, in a person of less formidable dignity, have been a laugh. The evening of November 14th Harry sat in the room of requirement, not the practice space version, but the smaller version that appeared when he went there to think, a comfortable chair by a fireplace that wasn't connected to any chimney but burned steadily anyway, and read through Hermione's draft of his statement. She'd gotten it right. She'd gotten it almost completely right, which meant she understood him in the specific way that came from 6 years of close friendship and an extraordinary mind. The structure was correct: formal opening, identification and authority claim, factual account of the graveyard, concise and specific without embellishment, formal conclusion. The language was his, not the way he spoke casually but the way he spoke when he meant something, which Hermione apparently had catalogued. He changed 4 sentences. Added 2. Removed a paragraph that was technically correct but slowed the middle down. Then he put it in the satchel and looked at the fire. He was going to the Wizengamot tomorrow. He was going to walk into a chamber where Cornelius Fudge had spent 6 months carefully constructing a narrative, and he was going to dismantle that narrative not with anger, he'd had anger, he processed it, but with the specific, well-resourced, legally impeccable voice of someone who had spent a summer becoming exactly the kind of problem that institutional self-interest cannot simply dismiss. His father's letters. His grandfather's ring. Ragnok's formal registration. The alliance documents with Neville and Luna's signatures. The vault, the books, the war room. The DA and the 34 people who'd shown up because they were scared and because they'd decided to do something about it. Sirius, who would be somewhere in the streets of London as an extremely large dog, which was somehow both the most ridiculous and the most comforting thought he'd had all week. He thought about Dumbledore, who'd said, "I am very glad you're on our side." He thought about what he'd said back. "I'm on my side." Fortunately our sides overlap. He thought about Cedric Diggory, who'd been kind and fair and had done nothing wrong except be in the wrong place in a competition that had been fixed before it began. He thought about how saying Cedric's name in that chamber tomorrow was the specific point, not Harry's vindication, not Harry's political positioning, but Cedric. A real person. A name that deserved to be said on the record, in the formal language of wizarding legal proceedings, with the weight of everything behind it. He closed the satchel. He went to bed. The 15th. McGonagall provided the travel authorization, a formal port key to Ministry of Magic public atrium, arranged through Dumbledore who'd cleared it with the appropriate official through channels that were several layers removed from Fudge's immediate orbit. Hermione and Neville came with him, Hermione because she'd prepared the statement and because Harry had told her flatly that if she thought he was leaving her behind she had badly misread 6 years of evidence, and Neville because his proxy vote was being formally cast today for the first time in his family's history and Augusta had written a single line about it. Neville must be present. A Longbottom stands beside a Potter, as it has always been. Amelia Bones met them in the atrium with 2 DMLE Aurors who looked at Harry with the specific expression of people who had been briefed about what today was and had decided privately how they felt about it. The Wizengamot chamber was underground, reached through a series of corridors that descended gradually until the walls were stone rather than ministry standard plasterwork, until the ceiling was high and vaulted and the specific quality of the air was the quality of old power, contained and formal. The chamber itself was circular, tiered seats around a central floor, the Wizengamot members in their plum-colored robes, and above and to one side, the observation gallery. Lord's Gallery, Amelia had called it. An elevated box with a wooden balustrade and 3 seats that had the particular worn quality of things that had been unused for a long time but were built to last. Harry walked in, and several things happened simultaneously. The Wizengamot members who were already seated looked at the gallery with the specific attention of people who had been notified that it would be occupied today and still weren't quite prepared for the reality of it. Cornelius Fudge, who was at the head of the chamber's senior bench in the lime green robes of the Minister for Magic, looked up, and his expression went through several things very quickly: surprise, calculation, something that was probably alarm wearing the clothes of irritation, and then the performed composure of a politician in public. Harry sat in the center seat of the Lord's Gallery. Hermione sat to his right. Neville sat to his left, straight-backed, chin up, wearing the expression of someone who has decided to match the moment. The chamber settled. The session began. It was procedurally correct and formally conducted, which was the right environment for what Harry was doing, not a circus, not a confrontation, but a legal proceeding with weight and record. 3 items of routine ministry business were handled first, which Harry sat through with complete composure because you don't disrupt the procedure, you use it, and using it means waiting until the procedure creates the space you need. Amelia introduced the inquiry motion at the 40-minute mark, reading the formal text in her clear, direct voice: motion for an independent Wizengamot inquiry into the circumstances of the Triwizard Tournament's conclusion of June 1995, specifically the death of Cedric Diggory, and related testimony regarding events at the graveyard of Little Hangleton. She cited her supporting votes, her own, plus the 3 allies she'd gathered, and called for the proxy votes. Fudge objected. He objected in the way of someone who had prepared objections but was suddenly uncertain they were sufficient, formally, technically, attempting to cite procedural grounds for rejecting the proxy claims. The Wizengamot clerk, a small, precise woman who had been doing this job for 30 years and had no interest in politics except insofar as it created procedural problems for her to solve correctly, informed the minister that the proxy votes had been registered through Gringotts under the old law, that this registration had been formally received and processed by the clerk's office, and that they were therefore legally valid regardless of any subsequent objection. Fudge tried again from a different angle. The clerk referred him to subsection 3 of the Wizengamot Procedure Code of 1743. He stopped objecting. The proxy votes were called. Harry confirmed, from the gallery, in a voice that carried easily in the circular space, the House of Potter confirms 3 votes in favor of the motion. Neville, beside him, said clearly, the House of Longbottom confirms 3 votes in favor of the motion. The additional votes followed, Clearwater, quiet and firm, Higgs, businesslike, Folly, with the specific clarity of someone who had been waiting for this. The Abbotts, the Macmillans, the Pruitt representative. 22 votes. Exactly the threshold. The motion passed to formal debate. Then the presiding Wizengamot member, not Dumbledore, who wasn't present as chief warlock for this session for reasons of conflict of interest that had been formally noted, acknowledged Harry's presence in the Lord's Gallery and, under the charter provision that had been noted in the session's administrative record that morning, invited him to address the chamber. Harry stood. The chamber was very quiet. 50-something Wizengamot members in plum robes. The clerk at her desk. Amelia on the floor. Fudge at the minister's bench with the expression of a man watching something he cannot stop and has not yet accepted. Harry looked at the chamber. Not at Fudge specifically, not at anyone specifically, because the address wasn't for any individual, it was for the record. He spoke from the statement he'd memorized, which was Hermione's structure and his words and the truth as he'd lived it. He said, on the 24th of June, 1995, Cedric Diggory was murdered by Peter Pettigrew, acting under the direct order of Lord Voldemort, in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. He was 17 years old. He had done nothing wrong. I want his name to be on this record because it has not been, and it should be. The chamber stayed quiet. He gave the account, the portkey, the graveyard, the ritual, the moment Voldemort took form, the Death Eaters summoned from their hiding places. He was specific about faces he'd recognized. He was specific about what was said. He was specific about Cedric's body, the killing curse, the echo of prior incantatum when their wands connected. He was not dramatic, not angry, not pleading. He was factual, because facts on the record are permanent in a way that emotion isn't. He concluded, I am Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, heir of an ancient and noble house that has served the wizarding world for 7 generations. My family's ring is on my hand and my family's votes are on the record. What I have told you today is what I told anyone who would listen in June. The difference is that today, it is in the formal record of this chamber, and the members of this body have been asked, formally, to respond to it. He looked at Fudge for the first time, not with anger, with the steady, unblinking regard of someone who is perfectly comfortable being seen. I look forward to the inquiry's conclusions. He sat down. Neville, beside him, let out a very quiet breath. Hermione's hand found his arm and pressed it once, briefly, and let go. In the chamber below, Cornelius Fudge was visibly working through the realization that he was on the wrong side of something that had just become permanent. His political instincts were good enough that he could feel the shape of it, the moment when a narrative becomes untenable, when the scaffolding that has been holding a comfortable lie in place develops a crack that will keep growing. He would work against it. He would try to contain the inquiry, control its scope, manage its conclusions. He was not going to simply accept what had happened in this chamber. But it had happened. It was on the record. The truth was in the record. They portkeyed back to Hogwarts at 2 in the afternoon, and Harry spent the rest of the day doing something that was the opposite of dramatic. He ate lunch, went to a free period that he used to finish his charms essay, played Exploding Snap with Ron for an hour before dinner because Ron had been heroically patient about being left out of the morning and deserved something uncomplicated, and went to bed at 10. The letter from Sirius arrived at midnight, which meant Sirius hadn't slept either. I was in Trafalgar Square as a large dog watching two ministry officials have what appeared to be a very heated argument on a park bench at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what it was about, but I have a theory. You did it, Harry. It's done. It's in the record. Whatever Fudge does from here, and he'll do things, he'll fight it, he can't unrecord it. Your father stood in front of the Wizengamot once, age 17, on a completely different matter that I'm going to tell you about when I see you because it's extremely funny. But I was there and I remember thinking, God, that's someone who belongs in that room. I thought the same thing today reading the account Amelia sent me. You belong in any room you walk into. You always have. Harry read it in the dark of his dorm room, Hedwig sleeping on her perch, Ron snoring gently across the room, the familiar creaks and shifts of Hogwarts settling around him. He folded the letter and put it in the satchel with all the others, with his father's letters and his grandfather's note and Amelia Bones's meeting request and Neville's careful first letter and all the accumulated paper of a summer that had started with a floorboard in an attic and ended with the truth being entered into the formal record of the wizarding world's highest governing body. He lay back and looked at the ceiling. 3 more Horcruxes still out there. The ring, Dumbledore had confirmed last week that he was planning a retrieval in December, using James's research to counter the curse, and he wanted Harry with him, which was a concession that had taken Harry 30 seconds to agree to. The object in the Lestrange vault. Nagini, which was the most complicated one, the one that required Voldemort himself. And the Horcrux in him, which he still didn't know how to deal with, and which he'd learned to hold with the same quality of attention his grandfather had recommended for things you couldn't fix today but needed to understand clearly. Don't look away from it, don't dwell in it, just know it's there and let the knowing inform what you do. Voldemort was out there. Building strength, building forces, waiting for the moment that served him. Harry had made that moment more complicated today. Not because of anything political, not really, the Wizengamot session mattered, but it wasn't the war. The war was the Horcruxes and the prophecy and the long work of being ready when the moment arrived. But today had mattered. Cedric's name was in the record. The truth was in the record. And somewhere in a ministry corridor or a Death Eater meeting room, people were receiving information about what Harry James Potter had done today, and they were revising their assessments of who they were dealing with. Let them revise. He closed his eyes. Outside, Hogwarts Castle breathed in the dark, and somewhere beneath the Scottish hills the magic in the foundations ran deep and old and continuous. And across the country, in a manor house in Godric's Hollow where the wards had been set and the stained glass sent the Potter crest onto the flagstone floor in amber and blue, the house breathed too, in the specific way of something that had been waiting and was waiting no longer. Harry slept. Chapter 8, Godric's Hollow. The owl arrived on the 3rd of December at 6 in the morning, before the castle had fully woken up, when the sky outside the dormitory windows was the specific dark blue of early winter that sits just before dawn decides to make an effort. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake for 20 minutes, which had become a habit, not insomnia, not anxiety, just the early morning alertness of someone whose brain had developed the habit of starting before the day. He'd been reading his father's Horcrux research again, the Navy Journal open on his knees, cross-referencing the section on Nagini with a passage in Gore's Ancient Magic that discussed the magical signature differences between created and accidental Horcruxes. The owl hit his window with the particular urgency of a bird that had been flying hard. He recognized the handwriting on the envelope before he'd fully unwrapped it. Sirius's, but different, not the cramped fast writing of someone composing at an angle, but deliberate, careful, the handwriting of someone controlling their hand because their hand wanted to shake. Harry, something's happened. Nagini attacked Arthur Weasley. Ministry Atrium, tonight, Department of Mysteries surveillance post. He's alive, St. Mungo's, stable, but barely. I don't know how you knew about the snake's role, and Dumbledore doesn't know I'm telling you this, but you need to know, you saw it happen. You told me 2 weeks ago that you'd been having intrusions, you called them. Views through a connection you didn't ask for. This is what that is. This is the Horcrux link. The piece of Voldemort in you is active and it's strengthening. Dumbledore needs to know you're aware and you need to be careful. I love you. Be careful. Harry read it once. Then he put it on the bed and looked at the dark window and let the information settle into him. He'd known something was wrong. He'd woken 3 nights ago with the specific disorientation of someone who has been somewhere else in their sleep, not a dream, or not only a dream. A corridor, low-lit, stone, a door. Something moving in the dark with the deliberate patience of a predator. He'd written it in his notebook, the description, the feeling, the direction of it, and had not said anything to anyone because he'd needed to understand it first. He understood it now. Ron was still asleep across the room, tangled in his blankets with the profound unconsciousness of someone who didn't have dreams that were other people's realities. Harry dressed quietly, took the satchel, and went to find Dumbledore. Dumbledore's office, 6:20 a.m. Dumbledore opened the door before Harry knocked, which was either the gargoyle alerting him through some connection Harry didn't understand or Dumbledore being Dumbledore, and it no longer particularly surprised Harry either way. He looked at Harry's face and said, "You already know." "Sirius wrote me," Harry said. "Mr. Weasley, is he, alive and receiving treatment?" "The prognosis is cautiously good." Dumbledore stepped back to let him in. "Sit down, Harry." "I don't want to sit down," Harry said. Not combatively, he said it the way you say something that is simply true. "I want to tell you what I've been experiencing and I want you to tell me what it means, and I want us to do that standing because I need to move while I talk." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment and then moved away from the door, which was the Dumbledore version of agreeing. Harry talked. He described the 3 nights, the corridor, the door, the snake's perspective, the specific quality of the connection that was different from his normal dreams in the way that real things are different from imagined ones. He described the sensation of looking through eyes that were not his own, of moving with a musculature that was not human, of the flat cold alertness that was nothing like Harry's emotional experience and was someone else's, something else's, entirely. "You've been experiencing Voldemort's consciousness," Dumbledore said, when Harry finished. His voice was careful. Not alarmed, but precisely serious. "The connection between you, which I have theorized for some time is the result of the Horcrux fragment you carry, is strengthening as he consolidates his return. He is becoming more powerful. The connection is becoming more active." "Which means what, practically?" Harry asked. "It means the fragment in you is responding to the source," Dumbledore said. "When Voldemort experiences strong emotion or significant magical events, the resonance reaches you." A pause. "It also means you are vulnerable to him in a specific way. A skilled legilimens, and Voldemort is the most skilled alive, could potentially use that connection in reverse. Push through it, rather than simply allowing it. Access your mind through the link." Harry understood immediately. "He could use my dreams to get information. Or to influence your thinking," Dumbledore said. "Or to send you places, psychologically, that he wants you to go." He paused. Occlumency. The mental discipline of closing the mind against external intrusion. "I should have insisted on it earlier. I am insisting now." "Who teaches it?" Dumbledore was very briefly quiet. "Professor Snape is the most skilled Occlumens in the castle," he said. "And it is a subject that requires, it is not a comfortable process." "Snape," Harry said. "I know," Dumbledore said. "It is not a comfortable suggestion." "It's fine," Harry said, which surprised Dumbledore enough that the surprise showed briefly. "If Snape is the best, then Snape teaches it. I don't have to like the teacher for the lesson to be worth learning." "When do we start?" "I will speak with him today," Dumbledore said. "Tomorrow evening, if he agrees, which he will because I will ask him to." "Tell him," Harry paused, choosing the phrasing carefully. "Tell him I'm not approaching this as an adversary. I'm approaching it as a student who wants to learn the skill." Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that had become familiar over the past months, that particular quality of a man recalibrating what he'd assumed about a person. "I will tell him," he said. And Mr. Weasley, Harry said. His family will need to know. They'll want to be at St. Mungo's. I want to, he stopped, because the sentence had two endings and he needed to choose. He could say I want to help, which was true but vague. He could say I want to go with them, which was what he actually wanted and which was logistically complicated and potentially dangerous. I want to be available to the Weasleys in whatever way they need, he said. If that means going to St. Mungo's with proper escort, then let's arrange proper escort. Harry, he's family, Harry said simply. Not politically. Not strategically. He's family and he was hurt and I'm going. A pause. Then, I'll arrange it, Dumbledore said. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries smelled of potions and antiseptic and the specific magical residue that accumulated in healing spaces, old spells, counter curses, the faint sweet sharpness of antivenin work. Harry arrived with Ron and Hermione and Ginny and the twins in a side-along apparition chain organized by Moody that deposited them in the visitor reception, which was a tall-ceilinged room with the organized chaos of any hospital waiting area and a welcome which who looked at the six of them, looked at Harry specifically, and said very quietly, "Third floor, spell damage ward. They're expecting you." They found Mrs. Weasley in a corridor outside a wardroom, wrapped in a dressing gown she'd apparently grabbed instead of robes, her face carrying the specific color of someone who had been frightened very badly and was managing it through movement. She was pacing with the focused energy of a woman who had decided that pacing was something she could control when everything else wasn't. She saw Harry and her face did something complicated, and then she crossed the corridor in 4 steps and hugged him with the same thoroughness with which she always hugged him, which was to say, completely, without reservation, as though the hug were load-bearing. He hugged her back just as hard. "He's going to be all right," she said into his shoulder, and it was clear she was saying it to herself as much as to him. "He's going to be all right." "Yes," Harry said. "He is." The others arrived behind him, Ron and Ginny and the twins, and Molly went to them, and Harry stepped back and let that be what it was because some things weren't about him. He sat down on one of the corridor chairs and looked at the wardroom door. He'd seen what happened through the snake's eyes. He'd seen the strike, the specific muscular violence of it, the flat predatory satisfaction that wasn't his emotion and never would be. That was the thing about the Horcrux connection, it didn't give him Voldemort's thoughts, it gave him Voldemort's experience, and Voldemort's experience of violence was utterly devoid of the things that made violence terrible to Harry. No moral weight, no horror, no regret. Just a thing that happened, like any other thing. He understood, sitting in that hospital corridor, why Dumbledore was worried about the connection. Not because Harry would become that. He wouldn't. But because exposure to a mind like that, regularly, was a specific kind of damage even if you understood exactly what it was and exactly why it was wrong. Occlumency couldn't come soon enough. Ron sat down beside him. They didn't talk for a while, which was one of the things about Ron, he understood when not talking was the right thing. Eventually Ron said, "You knew, didn't you? Last night." "I woke up and knew something had happened," Harry said. "I didn't know what until Sirius's letter." "The connection," Ron said. He'd been told about the Horcrux theory the day after Harry had told the full group, because Ron deserved to know and also because Ron processed information in the particular way of someone with strong instincts who only needed the facts to arrive at the right conclusions, and Harry had always trusted that. "So you'll just have that. As long as the Horcrux is there," Harry said. "Yes." Ron was quiet again. "We'll figure it out," he said. "The part about it being in you. We'll figure it out." "I know," Harry said. "I'm saying it because I want you to know I'm not treating it as a given that it ends badly," Ron said, with a directness that was purely him, that had nothing to do with strategy or reassurance and everything to do with a 15-year-old boy who had decided his friend was not going to die and was prepared to hold that position indefinitely. "Just so that's on the record." Harry looked at him sideways. "On the record," he said. "Consider it noted," Ron said. Arthur Weasley was going to make a full recovery. The healers confirmed it by noon, the antivenin had worked, the wound was responding, 2 days of treatment and he'd be coherent, a week and he'd be complaining about missing work, which was the Weasley metric for fully recovered. Molly cried properly when they told her, which meant she could stop managing everything and just be relieved, and Fred and George flanked her with the specific competent gentleness that the twins had always had underneath the noise of being who they were, and Ginny held her hand, and Ron stared at his shoes because Ron always processed strong emotion by looking at something neutral. Harry slipped out of the ward and found a quiet corner of the stairwell and sat with his satchel on his lap and thought. December 3rd. Arthur Weasley attacked in the Ministry atrium, which meant Voldemort's forces were moving with a new boldness. The Department of Mysteries was involved. It always came back to the Department of Mysteries, to the corridor with the doors, to the prophecy sphere that held whatever specific words connected him and Voldemort. He knew the bones of the prophecy from his father's notes and Dumbledore's partial confirmation, but the exact wording mattered. The exact wording was the thing Voldemort was coming for. He thought about the Horcrux in him. He thought about it with the careful, unflinching attention that his grandfather had recommended for uncomfortable truths, and he followed the logic without letting the logic become the thing he lived inside. The logic was, one of the Horcruxes had to be in him, had been there since he was 15 months old, and destroying all the Horcruxes was the precondition for Voldemort being permanently mortal, and he didn't yet know a path to destroying the one in him without destroying himself with it. His father hadn't known the path either. His father had posed the question. Dumbledore suspected there was a path and hadn't found it yet. Harry, reading Gore's Ancient Magic in the early hours of various mornings, had found something in Chapter 19 that he hadn't told anyone yet because he needed to think about it more before it was ready to be said. Gore had written, in 1923, without reference to Horcruxes specifically because Gore didn't seem to have known about them, a soul fragment housed in a living vessel presents a unique magical condition. Unlike a fragment housed in an object, which is static, a fragment in a living magical being exists in a state of constant negotiation with the vessel's own soul. The vessel's magic actively resists the intrusion, not consciously but structurally, in the way that a body resists disease. In a sufficiently powerful vessel with a sufficiently intact soul, this structural resistance may, over time, create conditions in which the fragment becomes isolated from the main soul of the Horcrux maker, severed, in essence, and therefore no longer functional as a fragment. He'd then cited 2 cases from the 14th century that were probably apocryphal but were internally consistent. A sufficiently powerful vessel. A sufficiently intact soul. Harry had read that passage 8 times and each time he came back to the same thing. It was a theory, not a solution. It was a direction. He was going to bring it to Dumbledore. He was going to bring it to Sirius. He was going to bring it to Hermione, who would read the relevant chapter in approximately 45 minutes and return with 17 annotations and a structure for how to test the theory. But today wasn't the day for that. Today was about Arthur Weasley being alive and a family getting to keep one of its people, and he was going to be in that corridor for the rest of the afternoon being whatever was needed. He went back upstairs. The Occlumency lessons with Snape began the following Tuesday evening, in Snape's office, which smelled of potions and old stone and a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the person who inhabited the space. Snape looked at him when he came in with the expression of someone who had prepared extensively for an interaction they anticipated would be unpleasant and was recalibrating that preparation against the reality of who had walked through the door. "Dumbledore tells me," Snape said, "that you are approaching this as a student who wants to learn." Not as whatever you're expecting," Harry said. "I know we don't get on. I know why, mostly. I'm not asking to change that. I'm asking you to teach me Occlumency because you're the best person in this building to do it and the alternative is leaving my mind open to Voldemort, which is not something I'm willing to do." He met Snape's eyes directly. "I'll work as hard as you need me to work. I won't argue with the method. I just need to learn." Snape looked at him for a long moment with the dark, evaluating gaze that Harry had always experienced as hostile and which he now understood, from Sirius's fragments of information, from his grandfather's journal's observations about people who hid pain in formality, was simply a man who had learned to keep everything behind glass. The mind is not a filing cabinet, Snape said. You cannot simply close a drawer. Occlumency is the construction of a mental architecture, a structure of thought that meets intrusion and deflects it before it can find purchase. A pause. It requires honesty. Not with me. With yourself. You cannot protect a mind you don't understand. He looked at the ring. At Harry's face. Your father was a poor Occlumens. Talented in every other respect, and completely incapable of controlling his emotional responses under intrusion. I know, Harry said. He knew it too. He wrote about it. A beat. Am I like him in that way? Something shifted in Snape's face that was too fast to read. I don't know yet, he said. Let's find out. The lesson was brutal. Not cruel, there was no cruelty in it, not the petty kind Harry had braced for, but the honest brutality of a difficult skill taught by someone who understood exactly how it worked and was not willing to pretend it was comfortable. Snape cast legilimens and Harry's mind opened like a book in a wind, and Snape walked through it with the precision of a person who had done this 1,000 times, and it was not pleasant, and Harry came back from each incursion with his jaw set and his hands slightly unsteady and the specific determination of someone who has decided the discomfort is the point. By the end of the first hour he'd managed to push Snape back twice. Not deflect, not fully construct the architecture Snape described, but push back, a raw, instinctive resistance that had nothing to do with technique and everything to do with the force of Harry's will declining to be somewhere it hadn't chosen to go. Snape said nothing about the pushbacks at the time. He ended the lesson with a list of meditative exercises and a book on mental discipline that Harry was to read before the next session. At the door, Harry paused. Professor Snape. He waited. My father's research notes, the ones from the war room. There's a section on Voldemort's early Death Eater recruitment that cites a source my father called reformer in the inner circle, without naming them. He kept his voice level. I think you know who that was. Snape was very still. I'm not asking for confirmation, Harry said. I'm telling you that I've read those notes and I understand why they're not attributed. And I want you to know, the work that person did, whatever it cost, my father considered it one of the most important intelligence sources of the First War. He paused. I thought you should know he wrote that. He left without waiting for a response. In the corridor he stood for a moment and breathed, because that had been harder to say than anything in the Wizengamot had been. Some truths were hard not because of their scale but because of what they cost the person you were saying them to. He hoped it had been the right thing. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. The Gaunt Ring retrieval happened on the 19th of December, the last Saturday before the winter holidays. Dumbledore had been preparing for 3 weeks, studying James's countercurse research with the specificity of someone for whom the research was both a tool and a grief, working through the runic analysis, confirming the theoretical application with 2 independent sources that Harry was not named. He'd told Harry on the 14th, I believe I understand the countercurse. Your father was correct about the mechanism. The curse is designed to punish the wearer of the ring, and the counter is not a direct dispelling but a redirecting, it turns the curse's own mechanism against its anchoring point. A pause. He was extraordinarily clever. Yes, Harry had said. They went to Little Hangleton together, Harry and Dumbledore, by portkey to a field on the village's edge, in the grey December late afternoon. Harry had insisted on coming, Dumbledore had agreed without as much resistance as Harry had anticipated, and they walked in companionable silence through the dead-grass fields toward the gaunt shack, which sat in a hollow with the specific ugliness of a place that had housed misery for so long that the misery had become architectural. Harry had his wand out before they reached it. Not because anything was visibly wrong, but because the quality of the magic around the place was not passive, old and dark and wound into the ground, layered defensive enchantments that pressed against his awareness like a hand on his chest. Can you feel that? He asked. Yes, Dumbledore said. You're more sensitive to it than I expected. The Horcrux fragment, I believe it makes you responsive to dark magic of this nature. You're resonating with the object inside. He paused. That is useful information. I'm a Horcrux detector, Harry said. In a manner of speaking. They cleared the outer wards together, Dumbledore handling the major enchantments with the brisk authority of someone for whom this was an afternoon's work rather than a life's danger, Harry covering his blind spots, watching the angles, keeping his awareness on the ground and the tree lean and the specific darkness of the shack's interior where something old and wrong sat and waited. The ring was on the floor of the shack. Black stone, gold band, cracked. The resurrection stone, Harry knew from James's notes, though that knowledge was its own complication and he'd spent 2 weeks deciding how much to tell Dumbledore about his father's theory on what the stone actually was. Dumbledore reached for it. Harry said, "Wait." Dumbledore looked at him. "The curse activates on contact," Harry said. "You have to apply the counter-curse first, before your hand touches the stone. My father's notes are specific, the curse uses the physical contact to set itself, and if you haven't redirected the anchor point before contact, the curse completes before the counter can be applied," Dumbledore finished. He looked at Harry steadily. "You've read the notes more carefully than I have." "I've read them 12 times, Harry said honestly. "The counter-curse application sequence," Dumbledore said, and it was a genuine question, the asking of someone who was acknowledging that the person they're speaking with may have something they don't. Harry told him. He walked through James's analysis, the specific rune sequence that needed to be established in the air around the ring before contact, the wand movements that redirected the curse's anchor rather than trying to dispel it directly, the precise order that couldn't be changed without destabilizing the whole thing. Dumbledore listened. He asked 3 questions, each of which Harry answered from James's notes or from his own understanding of the underlying theory. "Your father," Dumbledore said, when Harry had finished, "would have been a formidable force in any era." "He would," Harry said. "He just needed more time." They stood in the ruined shack for a moment with that between them, the weight of what time given or taken changes, the specific grief of intelligence and care lost before it could be fully used. Then Dumbledore said, "Show me the wand sequence." Harry demonstrated, slowly, in the air beside the ring without touching it. Dumbledore watched with complete attention, replicating each movement, until he had it. "Together," Harry said. "You do the rune establishment, I'll anchor the redirect. 2 points of focus are more stable than 1 for something this complex." Dumbledore looked at him. Something in his face was not quite surprise but was something adjacent to it, the recognition of a student who has overtaken the point at which they still need to be directed, who has become something else. "Together," he agreed. They cast in sequence, Harry's wand moving in the anchor pattern his father had designed, Dumbledore's runes settling into the air around the ring in the precise configuration that the notes specified. Harry felt the curse's response, the dark magic pressing back against the counter, testing it, finding the redirected anchor, following it toward its own origin point, the feedback loop closing. The curse released with a sound that wasn't quite a sound, a resonance in the magic of the space, a thing that was felt rather than heard. Dumbledore reached down and picked up the ring. His hand was completely unharmed. He looked at it for a moment, the cracked black stone of the resurrection stone, the tarnished gold band. His expression was the most complex Harry had seen on him, and Harry understood, because of his grandfather's journal's observations and because of 6 months of watching this man carefully, that there was something personal in what Dumbledore was looking at. Something that had nothing to do with Horcruxes. He didn't ask. Some things were private and the right thing to do with them was leave them private. "The stone is a hallow," Harry said instead, because they needed to move through the information rather than sit in the feeling of it. "One of the deathly hallows. My father found references in goblin records from the 14th century. He wasn't certain, but he thought, he was correct," Dumbledore said quietly. "It is the resurrection stone." He looked at Harry. "You know the story of the 3 brothers." "I know the story," Harry said. "I also know my grandfather owned another of the hallows." Dumbledore went very still. "The Elder Wand," Harry said. "My grandfather's journal. He had it for a year in 1945 and gave it up deliberately because he thought possessing it was the kind of thing that attracted the wrong kind of attention. A pause. He didn't say where he left it. I think that information might be useful. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was, genuinely, the most unguarded Harry had seen on it. Your grandfather had the Elder Wand, he said. For a year, Harry said. He was characteristically modest about why. And he gave it up. He said in the journal that the most powerful weapon in the world was one he'd prefer Voldemort never found. Harry looked at Dumbledore. I think he was right. But I also think the current possessor is relevant to understanding why Voldemort's been moving the way he has been. A pause. My father's war room notes had a section on Voldemort's movements that didn't fit a conventional war strategy. He was looking for something. I think this is what he's looking for. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The gaunt shack was silent around them, the winter afternoon going dark at its edges, the ruined walls holding their damp cold. We should talk more about this, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry said. I plan to have the conversation after Christmas. But, he looked at the ring in Dumbledore's hand. Now seems like the right time. They were there for another 2 hours. They talked in the gaunt shack with wands out and wards up and the ring in Dumbledore's pocket, because the conversation needed to happen and the location was already secured. Harry told Dumbledore everything his father's war room had held on the Elder Wand, the pattern of Voldemort's movements, the attacks on ministry officials who'd handled unusual dark objects in the past decade, the specific trajectory that James had identified as not a war strategy, a search pattern. Dumbledore filled in the gaps from his own knowledge with a completeness that was new, that had the quality of someone choosing, definitively, to share rather than manage. By the time they were done the picture was complete in a way that neither of them had held alone. Voldemort was looking for the Elder Wand. Had been since his return. Knew that the wand had changed hands at some point in the mid-20th century and had been tracking the transfer chain. He was close, not to the wand's current location, but to the historical trail. Gregorovitch, Dumbledore said quietly, at the end. The wand maker. He claimed to have had the Elder Wand in 1926. Voldemort will go to him. Will he be all right? Dumbledore's silence was its own answer. Harry thought about that, about the cost of the war in specific people, in specific moments, in the Gregoriches and the Cedric Diggories and the Arthur Weasleys who had nothing to do with the central conflict except that they were in its path. He thought about his grandfather's instinct, don't give the weapon to someone who would use it the wrong way. The invisibility cloak, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. My cloak. That's the third hallow, isn't it? It wasn't quite a question. The story says the third brother's cloak passed to his descendants. My family has held it for centuries, Dumbledore said. Your father left it with me the night he died. I gave it back to you in your first year. A pause. I should have told you what it was. You should have, Harry agreed. But you gave it back, which was the right thing. He paused. So I have the cloak. Voldemort will find or already knows about the Elder Wand. And the resurrection stone is in your pocket. He thought about this. The hallows as a set. If Voldemort gets all three, he believes he will be the master of death, Dumbledore said. He believes it because he has always feared death above everything else. It has driven every decision he has made, including the Horcruxes. He looked at Harry. The hallows do not work that way. Death cannot be mastered. Your ancestor understood that, the third brother, who hid himself willingly in the end. The cloak was not a weapon. It was a gift. Harry sat with that. I'm not going to give the cloak up, Harry said. Not to him and not to anyone. No, Dumbledore said. Nor should you. They walked out of the gaunt shack and into the December darkness and disapparated back to Hogwarts, and the fields of Little Hangleton were left to their cold quiet, and somewhere in the ruined stone the echo of an old curse dissolved, following its redirected anchor into the earth. Christmas at the Manor. It was Sirius's idea, and it was the best idea anyone had had all year. Harry wrote to the Weasleys, who said yes immediately and with the specific enthusiasm of a family that understood what places and people meant to each other. He wrote to Neville, whose grandmother wrote back in 5 minutes saying they would arrive at noon. He wrote to Luna, whose father accepted with a note that was mostly about the magical significance of Godric's Hollow as a leyline convergence point and also said yes. He wrote to McGonagall, who replied that she had plans for Christmas but hoped the manor would be warm and that she would come for tea in the new year. Sirius met him at the Hogwarts gates on the 23rd of December, in human form, with the bright-eyed energy of someone who had been waiting for this. Dumbledore had arranged temporary travel authorization. A Christmas visit to the family estate was the official language, which was technically accurate, and Tonks had been assigned escort with the specific enthusiasm of someone who had adopted the manor's kitchen in September and considered this a reunion. Harry walked through the manor's front door for the second time, and this time the house's recognition was different, not the slow deep awakening of something coming out of dormancy, but the immediate warm acknowledgement of something that had been waiting for the right person to come home. All the fires lit simultaneously when he crossed the threshold, which startled everyone behind him and made Luna say, serenely, "It knows who you are," which was exactly right. They spent 3 days making the manor what it was supposed to be. Molly Weasley found the kitchen and immediately had opinions about the pantry, which she reorganized with the focused intensity of someone for whom cooking was a form of love, and by Christmas Eve the house smelled of things that had never been cooked in it before, which was not the house's history but was its future, and Harry walked through the ground floor breathing it in and thought, yes, this is what it's for. The portrait gallery was a revelation for everyone. Euphemia Potter talked to Molly for an hour, and Harry stood at the end of the corridor and watched his grandmother's painted face light up at the chaos of the Weasley family, and thought about the specific thing inheritance meant, not objects or money or legal standing, but the continuation of people into forms they couldn't have anticipated. Harold's portrait talked to Augusta Longbottom in the specific way of two old political minds finding each other across the years, and what they talked about Harry mostly didn't listen to but felt as a low current of something important getting done. Neville stood in front of Harold's portrait for a long time by himself, and Harry gave him the corridor and waited. When Neville came out his eyes were slightly bright and his chin was up and he said my father was a formidable man, and Harry said, he was right, and Neville nodded once and that was all it needed to be. Sirius, in the manor, was a person Harry hadn't fully seen before. Not the Sirius of letters and careful meetings, not the Sirius of Grimmauld Place with its weight of old misery. Here, in the house where he'd spent his happiest years, the version of Sirius that had always existed underneath the damage surfaced clearly, warm, funny, demonstrably brilliant, at home in himself in a way that made Harry understand what James Potter had loved so completely about his best friend. He told stories on Christmas Eve by the fire in the main sitting room, stories about James, about the Marauders, about sixth-year prank sequences that had apparently kept Filch documenting for 3 semesters, about a particular Quidditch match in 1977 that had ended with someone's broomstick in the astronomy tower and no clear explanation of how. The Weasley twins listened with the specific reverence of professionals encountering a master. Ron laughed until he choked on his hot chocolate. Ginny sat on the floor with her arms around her knees and her eyes bright. Harry listened to all of it and let himself just be in it, the warmth, the noise, the specific happiness of a house that had been meant to hold this and was finally, after 14 years, being allowed to. At some point in the evening Arthur Weasley, recently recovered and almost annoyingly cheerful about it, found his way to Harry's side and said very quietly, "Thank you for coming to the hospital. It mattered." "Of course," Harry said. "No, not of course," Arthur said, with the gentle precision he always brought to things he considered important. "You didn't have to. You have, a great deal happening, and you chose to come and sit in that corridor." He looked at his family across the room, the noise and the warmth of them. "I know what we are to you, Harry. I hope you know what you are to us." Harry thought about his father's letter. Be kind when you can afford it and sharp when you can't. He thought about Harold's ring and James's journals and Sirius's laugh and 34 people raising silver light in a practice room on Thursday evenings. He thought about Dumbledore, who was learning to share rather than manage. He thought about Neville, who had stopped apologizing for existing. He thought about the war room and the Horcruxes and the prophecy and everything that was still coming, the long hard work of finishing what had been started. "I know," he said. Boxing Day morning, before the others were up. Harry sat in his grandfather's chair in the main study, not Harold's portrait gallery, the actual study, a room he'd found on Christmas Eve that smelled of ink and old books and had a fireplace that burned with a low steady heat and a desk that had Harold's last journal on it, different from the one in the satchel, a later one. He hadn't opened it. He'd just sat with it. He looked at the ring on his hand. The stag. The 3 stars. He had a satchel full of his family's knowledge and a house full of his family's magic and a ring that carried 6 generations of a bloodline that had, consistently, in the particular way of people who understood that power and responsibility were the same thing, chosen to be present for their world rather than merely comfortable in it. He had an inheritance that wasn't about what was in Vault 688, though that mattered, practically, but about what was in the journal and the letters and the war room and the portrait gallery, all of it saying, "Here is what we knew and here is how we knew it and here is what we did with it and now it's yours." He had people. The specific, irreplaceable kind, not the people around an icon, not the people serving a symbol, but people who knew him, who had chosen him for himself, who would sit in hospital corridors and trust him with a country's political future and fight beside him because they'd decided to. He had a war to finish. Horcruxes to find and destroy, 2 remaining objects, Nagini, and the question of himself that Gore's chapter had offered a direction on, if not an answer. He had Voldemort, who was moving, who was building, who was looking for a wand that Harry's grandfather had deliberately set aside because Harold Potter had understood that the most dangerous things are the ones you pursue beyond their purpose. He had Umbridge, who would return from Christmas with a revised approach and a new educational decree. He had the Wizengamot and Fudge and the Ministry's vast institutional resistance to the truth. He had all of that, clearly, in full view, without flinching from any of it. He also had this morning. The fire, the chair, the snow coming down outside the Manor's east windows, the distant sound of the house waking up, Tonks dropping something in the kitchen, Molly's voice, Ron's feet on the staircase with the characteristic rhythm of someone who had not inherited his mother's grace. He opened his grandfather's later journal to the first page. Harold Potter's handwriting, that precise and familiar hand. Note to myself, July 1978, Harold, if you're reading this it means you've survived something else. Well done. Now do something useful with the day. Harry laughed, in the quiet of the study, and the sound was warm in the old stone room. He turned the page. Outside, in the garden that had spent 14 years tending itself in the patient way of things that knew they were waiting, the snow came down on the paths and the old hedges and the iron gate with the Potter crest worked into its bars, the stag rampant in the cold December light. And the house stood as it had always stood, deep-rooted, warm, alive with the specific magic of generations of people who had understood that home was not a place you were given but a thing you built, day by day, choice by choice, and then kept. Harry James Potter was home. And he was ready.